Hey everybody, we're doing another stream. We are doing pixel art commissions in Aseprite. Picking up where we left off. We still got a couple characters left that we need to finish, and we'll have to go back and continue to iterate on the drawings we did earlier. So we got a lot of work to do this week. Let's see. Yeah. It sounded like they want it by the 31st, so we're gonna try to get it done before then, so you know we can make changes if necessary or whatever. My apologies for not streaming the last couple days. Had a sty. I still have it rather, and it's rather bothersome to draw with, so that sucks. But it's kind of chilled out a little bit, so we might do a shorter stream today, but we will be doing some pixel art here. So yeah, hang out. There's an ad starting in just a bit, and then we'll get going after that. And I did get a warning on Restream saying that their servers were experiencing some difficulties, so hopefully there's nothing going on with that. Hopefully they fixed it by now. I don't know. But yeah, after the ad, which is starting in like 20 seconds, we are going to continue Samus in Aseprite. Alright, it looks like we are coming back from the ad break. So let's get going here. So this is where we left off. We've got this done, and you can see there's still a lot that's not done. And we've got the reference layer, so we can easily just kind of figure out what pixels to throw in those spots. I don't like that color. But yeah, things have been doing alright for me other than this issue with my eye. I've been playing a lot of Skyrim, watching Free Ren, which I have mixed feelings about. Well, I had mixed feelings about Free Ren originally, but now I'm enjoying it, without a doubt. It took a while to get used to the narration and the character voices. They're just so lacking in emotion that at first it was like a real put off for me, where it was just like, why can't anyone be excited about anything kind of thing? And I still feel that way, but the story is good enough now that I'm like, okay, I can get past the and it's like, it's not like they're bad voices. Like, the voices are like, they don't sound bad, they just are lacking in emotion. So it's very almost like deadpan, and it just I don't know. I feel like it would make a better cartoon if it had a little bit more energy in the voices. I feel like the director was like, no, make it with less energy. You're an elf that's you're 1,000-year-old elf. You've seen everything. Sound more jaded. And like, it would just be better if it wasn't so like that. Like, I don't mind that the elf is 1,000 years old and jaded, but they don't have to sound like it for every single thing. And there are points where you can tell it gets like, you know, more emotion in it. And it sounds better that way. I don't know. But it is a good anime. I'm enjoying it. The story's good. It's all there. I fell asleep watching an episode last night, so I kind of missed that episode. I might have to go back and watch it. I was watching also Trigun, and again, I kind of fell asleep through some of the episodes, so I'll have to rewatch it. I tend to do this thing where I'll like watch anime when it's like time for me to go to bed, and I'll just end up sleeping through an episode or two. I'll like enjoy the sleep though. It'll be like a nice relaxing sleep. I'll dream about the anime. Like last night I dreamed that I was watching Free Ren, but on a projector at a place I used to live at in Illinois, at this old lake house I used to live in, and the projector was on the wall behind the couch, which is really weird. But it was also in front of the couch. Yeah, it was just a really weird dream. But it was nice to be back in that home, which is getting torn down at the moment, getting demolished. So I'll always miss that little hangout. I have a good picture of it. I don't know where it's at the moment, but yeah, it's like it was like an indoor balcony. There's a really cool kind of architecture on the house. It had an indoor balcony on either side of the living room and outdoor balconies. So like, and sliding glass windows between the indoor and outdoor balconies. So while you're on the balcony, it felt like an extension. I mean, it kind of was. And, or at least in the architecture. The wood on the outdoor balconies were more slotted than the indoor was more plywood. It was kind of an interesting place. The whole place was never fully furnished, so all the floors were just plywood floors. They never had like actual flooring put down or carpet or anything like that. At one point my mom did paint all the upstairs plywood, because I imagine it was kind of gross looking. Because the downstairs plywood was pretty gross. It was like, you think of plywood as being like kind of yellowish, like vaguely orangish, but this was very dark plywood. I don't know if it was because it was aged or dirty or what, but that's the way it's always been ever since I was a kid. Maybe they just made plywood darker back then. I really don't know. But yeah, so the upstairs were painted this like tan color, which was nice, I guess, but it kind of showed dirt, and then it started to chip by the time that I moved out. Either way, I made the most out of the bigger upstairs balcony. At parties, that was almost like the backstage area. Although it was actually above the stage, depending on the layout. Sometimes the whole living room was the stage, other times the underneath that larger balcony was kind of the stage area. And I say stage because we had bands playing all the time. I guess that should be this. But yeah, I really enjoyed living there. Even at the end where it was more like camping inside, it was still a lot of fun for me. I've always been kind of an outdoorsy person. You know, I was a Boy Scout when I was younger, and I always like kind of like survivalist thinking and stuff like that. So, you know, it was fun. I remember one time I had a bandmate who had ended up with a leg of deer in his freezer that someone had given him, and I was like out of money and out of food at the time. So this bandmate just like, he's like, yeah, this has been in my freezer for like over a year and I'm not gonna eat it because it's kind of gross, and it's not gonna kill you, he said, but I'm not gonna eat it, so you can have it, he said. And I was like, okay. And I butchered it. Well, first I defrosted it in the sink, which was easier said than done, and then I butchered it, which again was easier said than done with no butchering experience whatsoever. And I actually called my butcher friend and I was like, hey, what should I do about this leg of deer? And he's like, I don't know, cut it. So I did, and he's like, he came over and was like, what did you do? I was like, I just cut it. I just grabbed the knife and started taking chunks out of it, and then I fried them up on the frying pan and ate them. Made deer meat tacos, venison tacos, but it was like the leg, so it wasn't really good deer meat. Also, like, I realized the closer you got to the hoof, the worse the deer meat was. I don't know if that's probably like a well-known thing amongst hunters and stuff, but I was unaware of it prior. But yeah, that summer was interesting. I was living off the garden and like just kind of like making ends meet with very little money. And that bandmate actually got me a job working for him. He was doing apartment maintenance for like a long time. And he was like, yeah, I guess I could use some help. And so, yo, P.O., how's it going? Welcome in, P.O. Everyone should check out P.O. P.O.'s got a stream. They do art. How you doing? Welcome in. Good to see you. We're just finishing up some of these characters. And I'm just kind of chatting. Actually, I started talking about a dream I had, and it took place at this place that I lived at that I kind of miss. So I was just telling stories about living there. And one summer I had like very little money. The place was like falling apart. The electricity only half worked. Weird things were going on. The oven was no longer working, but the stovetop was. It was like an electric oven, and the heating element inside the oven had like burnt out. So I couldn't use the oven to bake things, but I could use the frying pan on top. And I had a toaster oven that worked, but it was like not working as well as it should have for some reason. It's like it wasn't getting the full voltage. But after a while, I kind of figured out what was going on with the electricity, and there was this like tree that was pinching the power line, and nearly caught on fire. The tree was charred from squishing this power line. It was the weirdest thing, right? So this place was out in the woods, and one winter there was a real bad windstorm, and trees took out the power line, and then we had to call ComEd to come out and fix it, right? And they were like, well, normally we dig a line, you know, from your neighbor's transformer through the woods into your yard, but we're not going to do that because it's winter and the ground is frozen, basically. And So yeah, they didn't. Then they're like, well, call us up or we'll come back in the summer. I don't really know what happened with that. My dad was still around at the time, so like still living there on and off. And so he was there and like talked to these people and was like, you know, responsible, I guess, or should have been responsible. Anyways, no one came out to bury this line. So years later, it just kind of buried itself from people driving over it. But it was coming from this pole that was like, it used to be a power line. We used to have the line going hung through the woods from the neighbor's transformer to this other this light that ComEd put up. The light was always on, you couldn't turn it off. And one day, this was in like 2003, it got struck by lightning and we lost power in the whole house and had to replace any electronics that were plugged in. Luckily, none of the video games were plugged in that time. We did lose a Xbox to a lightning strike eventually, but that was it. I don't think that was the same one. I don't know. It's all kind of a blur now. But anyways, yeah, we had to replace like the phone. I remember, like the cordless phone and stuff like that, and that's when they dug the first line, I guess, because that was during the summer. So I think they must have dug that line. Not really sure, to be honest. But anyways, so that pole was still just chilling there with a line hanging down from it, and a tree grew during that time, and the tree pinched it, just like sapling grew to a tree and started pinching the line between the pole. And when I noticed it, it was charred. It had been like squeezing it and like busted open the line, and there were exposed electric cables there. And after that, like the power was never the same there. Eventually, we called an electrician, and he was like, "Oh, it's gonna be thousands and thousands. It's like $10,000." And then like the winter prior to that, the pipes froze. I went out to Bloomington to live there for like, I don't know, 7 months or something like that. 6 or 7 months. Because I was starting to lose it living out in the woods by myself, and like I had a bunch of friends that lived in Bloomington, so I was driving out there all the time to hang out with them. I had places to stay, friends that were like, yeah, come live in my attic. So I lived in their attic for a bit, and then I got a roommate down while I was down there. But when I came back, well, first I went to Yellowstone, and then I came back because I lived in Yellowstone for a couple months working there. When I came back, the pipes had frozen over the winter and burst. Like, all of them. So, and it sucks too, because I was like, Dad, I'm going to Bloomington. Do we have to do something to empty out the pipes? And he's like, nah, it should be fine. Because we still had the heat on. So he was like supposed to be, you know, coming out and checking on it while I was living in Bloomington. I guess maybe I was supposed to, but no one told me that I was supposed to. And sure enough, all the pipes broke. So while I was living there for like because after I came back to Yellowstone, I moved back there. There was no running water. There was a pump out in the yard, but it was electric, and for some reason I couldn't get it to work. I went back there. My dad's got it working. I don't know how he got it working, but I couldn't get it working. So I was getting water from the lake using old bucket of like a litter box, a litter bucket, kitty litter bucket that I had, like a old 5-gallon bucket, and I was filling the tank of the toilet with lake water, and it took 2 buckets to fill it. It was like a 10-gallon tank in the back of the toilet. So anytime anyone needed to, you know, use the toilet, I'd be up and down these flights of stairs, going down to the lake, and then going up to the toilet with 5-gallon buckets twice. I had pretty buff arms that summer. Yeah, so I was eating from the garden, eating whatever friends could hook me up with, working jobs with whatever my friends could hook me up with. Well, one of them gave me a pizza delivery job, and the other one gave me or hooked me up with a job helping him clean apartments, or do maintenance on apartments rather. So I was doing most of the cleaning stuff, and he was doing, you know, like the tile work and stuff like that. I'd help him with the tile work and shit like that. I'd be like cutting tiles while he'd be placing the tiles, you know. He'd kind of give me the hard jobs, and he'd take the easy jobs and get paid more than me because he was the one who got the jobs, right? Yeah, so it wasn't a great job, and also like they weren't quick about paying me either. So like I had to wait like a month for one check, and the check was only like a couple $100. So it wasn't great. The pizza job was better, but also like they were kind of screwing me there too. These 2 women that had been working there since like high school were like basically cherry picking orders and giving anyone that was newer than them, anyone, you know, pretty much anyone, the bad orders that they knew didn't tip, right? Because there was a whole bunch of people that just over the years didn't tip. Like no one told them that they couldn't do that, so they continued to not tip, which is kind of shady, kind of shitty. I've definitely worked at pizza places where they get mad at the customers for not tipping. But at that same joint, the guy was stealing from the tip jar. So like, I'm not sure if he was mad because he couldn't steal as much or what. Because yeah, that was the only pizza place I worked at where he collected the tips. Wondering if this would be better if it was like this kind of yellowish color. But I had a buddy who was working there, and I was working there, and we counted the tips, and he was definitely stealing. But we also couldn't say anything because he was like involved in the mob and shit like that. So it was just a crappy job. Not much we could do about it but find another job. But the pizza place that I was at that particular summer with the 2 ladies, that wasn't bad because I knew the owner's daughter and her boyfriend. Well, eventually they were fiancé. Eventually they got married, or engaged and then got married. I'm still pretty good friends with them as far as people out in that area go. In fact, when I was back there for to be there with my mom, they were some of the only people that I hung out with, as well as that dude who got me the apartment job. But he had something going on with him, and he kind of lost it, and we're no longer friends after that. it's not like me to lose a friend, but it was his decision, and I can respect that. But also, he got really threatening at the end. He was threatening me with violence and shit, and I was just like, what the fuck, dude? This is a misunderstanding, and you're threatening me with violence and shit. Sometimes I say things that people don't like, and I'm just like joking around, and people don't realize it, and that's an issue I have, clearly. But it's a whole nother issue when you can't, like, just, you know, deal with people as people. So yeah, but he threatened to kick my teeth in, so I was like, all right, not coming back. Sometimes people are like that. And then he was like, I'm gonna tell everyone that, like, they shouldn't jam with you because of basically, I'm gonna tell everyone you're not cool. And I'm like, okay, dude, go ahead, man. Do what you gotta do. Like, the problem was, I had stopped drinking, and he was still drinking a lot, and I feel like he might have had some animosity towards me for, like, being able to quit, kind of thing. And he was trying to teach me a song that he had wrote, wanted me to play it just as he was playing it, and I was doing my best. I was, like, literally trying to play it. It was like this really wonky timing on it. And he's like, no, you gotta do it like this. And I was like, okay. And then try it again, and like, no, like this. And then he would, like, change it up just a little bit, and, like, I'm like, all right. And then I do that, and he'd be like, no, like this. And I was just like, dude, are you drunk? Because he had already had like 4 or 5 beers. Dude, are you drunk? I'm trying to do it, you know, like, because he was getting angry with me. I'm like, dude, are you drunk? Don't say that to people. That's a bad move. People don't like being called drunk, especially when they're drunk. Because he, like, flipped his lid right then and there. And that was it. That was the end of our friendship. But you know what? He had been, like, dumping friends for like a couple weeks at that point. His girlfriend of like a year or two had just dumped him, and so all of a sudden he was like out to lose friends, thought everyone was as bad as her or something, and I don't even know what was going on with him. He was having issues, and this wasn't the first time that he had like freaked out on me over nothing, so the first time I was actually really chill about it. He was on acid, I was just drinking, and he was like, I can't remember what he said, but he fucking yelled at me. He was like yelling at me, and I was just like, I'm sorry, dude. You know, like, just kind of nullified the situation. And that was that, because he was fucking tripping balls, and maybe he was on mushrooms, I can't remember. He ate a lot of mushrooms, this guy. Queen Veronica, welcome in. Thank you for the raid. How's everyone doing? Playing Nice Day for Fishing. Queen Red, welcome in. How are you doing, Queen Veronica? How is Nice Day for Fishing? I've heard about this game. I've actually seen another streamer play it, but I wasn't paying too much attention, so I don't really know. I know the meme and the that group. Thank you, I'm doing well. It's great. Awesome. Glad to hear it. Well, thank you so much for the raid. If you have things that you need to do or anything, I totally understand if you need to raid and run. However, if you want to hang out, that's cool too. And for those of you who don't know me, I'm Rick. I do lots of game dev stuff. Today we're doing pixel art commissions. We're doing Samus here. You can see the reference here, and then what we've done so far. And then here's the composition in a whole. Some of these are references, some of these are the pixel art versions. And so yeah, it's kind of a big commission. It's been taking me the better half of this month. Welcome back, Pio. But yeah, been doing more and more pixel art commissions, so I'm pretty happy with that. Usually I do like mods, or I had been doing mods for work, and also game dev stuff. I just made Pyro Toad with a game designer named Johnny Manjiro, and that was participating in Next Fest, and the demo is doing really well on Newgrounds, and Pyrotoad's coming out in November 3rd. What do you charge usually? It depends. I think I should have charged more for these pieces, so I'm still kind of like gauging my prices on stuff. But yeah, it would depend on the piece. Oh, Chemixil, welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. How is Ballionaire? Welcome in, everyone. Everyone should check out Chemixil as well as Queen Veronica. Thank you both so much for the raids. I'm trying to learn VTubers to do commissions. Yeah, like VTube Studio and what is it? 2D live 2D cubism, right? That would be cool to learn. I was looking into that. LOL, it got pretty silly. Well, that's good to hear. Well, did you have fun at least, Chemixil? We raid with Zeal and also Eel. Glass and Whimsy, welcome in. Live 2D, yeah. Bluesy92, welcome in. So yeah, for those of you who don't know, I'm Rick. I mostly do game dev stuff. Today we're doing pixel art commissions. We're working on Samus. Here is the reference that we were given by the client, and here's what we've got so far with the pixel art. We're working very close to the references here. Here is the full composition with references and some pixel art involved here. But yeah, this is what we've been working on. And Queen Veronica asked me what I normally charge. So that really depends on the client and like the piece, and it depends on a lot of factors. When I was doing mods, I was charging $50 an hour, and I was doing about 10 to 12 hours for each mod. So things got fairly expensive with that one, but they were a larger YouTuber, so that was... They actually had started me at 30 and gave me 2 different $10 raises because they liked my work so much. So it was kind of their own doing of that expense. But I can't expect everyone to pay that kind of stuff. So I've been looking at VGen, and kind of gauging what other people are charging to come up with something that's like, you know, fair. Yeah, it was fun time. Like a roguelike pachinko game. Interesting. I got really into Peglin, so I'm thinking it's possibly something similar to that. Pio says I made one without a real mouth real quick. Oh, cool. Yeah, I was meaning to mess with that, but I just never had the time. Hope everyone's doing well. I got a late start today, so I should get back to IRL stuff. Well, thank you so much, Chemixil, for the raid. I very much appreciate it, and I am doing well. I hope you're doing well, too. Enjoy your real-life stuff, and thanks again for the raid. Balatro has been taking up too much time, lol. Good luck, have fun, Rick, and have a super Monday, everybody. Lurk, thank you for the lurk, I appreciate it, and I hope you have fun, too. Chemixil, thanks again. Yeah, Queen Veronica, you know, I haven't actually played Balatro yet. I have it on my wish list, and I will play it. I assume one day it's going to go on sale. I've watched people play it, and it's one of those games that I'm reluctant to buy because I know it will suck up my time, if that makes sense. I kind of have a problem where, like, if I'm really into a game, I get kind of addicted to it, and because I make my own schedule and stuff, like, sometimes that's not like a good thing. Because I'll start to procrastinate on things, and or I'll just like stop doing the things that I need to be doing and start doing the things that I want to be doing, and that shouldn't be. So I need to be careful with games like that. I will play it eventually. Probably either when it goes on sale or when I find myself with more time. Does sound fun. They already made a real-life deck of cards based on it. Oh, wow, interesting. That doesn't surprise me, though. I mean, I don't know if you remember, what was it, Cuphead? Like, after Cuphead got popular, they're like, well, let's do a cartoon, and let's make, you know, plushies, and let's do this and that, and, like, let's market the hell out of it. Let's merchandise this shit. Which you can't really blame them, you know? If there's a need for it, then why not, you know? It makes more sense than... I'm trying to remember. Some famous person... Oh, Billie Eilish has a Uno deck. Like, okay. I mean, that's cool. If she's into game design, you know? Like... But... It's kind of like, what? Really? Okay. Like, I'm not gonna buy it. That's cool that if that's the case, that she's just into game design and decide like I'm gonna make my own Uno cards. But more than likely, it's probably Uno came to her and said like, "Hey, we've got this deck. Well, can we put your face on it?" kind of thing. That is cool. Also, the 100 plus Monopoly variants. Oh yeah, every major city has a Monopoly variant. And it's funny because they sell it in the major city that it's in. So like when I was in Chicago, it was like there's Chicago Monopoly, and everyone's like, oh my god, Chicago Monopoly, we gotta play Chicago Monopoly if they're like into Chicago history or whatever, or just the skyline or whatever. But then, you know, you go anywhere and they've got that city. It's not like special to Chicago. My city had one and it was all the local stores. I believe it. I believe it. And then there's also like the Monopoly mobile game, which looks like just absolute monetization hell. Or heaven if that's your job to make money off of that stuff. I don't know. Or was it the Monopoly the McDonald's Monopoly, which people found out later was being controlled by the mob, which is fucking crazy. Like, they were literally like taking care of who was winning, right? Like, they were like making sure they were, what's the word I'm looking for? They were fixing the game. So the people who got Boardwalk and Park Place were already determined. Oh yeah, I saw the documentary on that. Okay, yeah. All the sports teams. Yeah, all the sports teams had one too, that's right. I remember being really into the McDonald's Monopoly game. It worked great as a marketing tool for real, and then like some dirty hands got involved in the printing, and McDonald's looked the other way because, you know, they didn't care if people won. They just cared that like they were making the money off the marketing of it. That reminds me of like the, what was it, the Pepsi helicopter that the guy like never got. He like saved up enough Pepsi points to win a helicopter and then they never gave it to him. They're like, no, that was a joke. I can't remember what happened with that. That was before the internet was on every phone. Always, oh yeah. Yeah, you know, I used to play a lot of Monopoly on the Super Nintendo, believe it or not. I had some drinking buddies and a girlfriend at the time that was like really into it. We played a lot of Monopoly on SNES because you could have 8 players and just pass around the controller. And usually by the end of it, the girl I was dating was like really the one like making choices for everyone. She'd be like, hey, it's your turn, what do you want to do here? And they'd be like, oh yeah, buy it. So I have the money, buy it. And then we would team up against the computer players if we didn't have 8 people, because, you know, they couldn't hear what we were saying. They didn't know we were teaming up against them. We also played Clue for Super Nintendo. Oh yeah, those are fun. Yeah, the Milton Bradley ports for early game or retro game systems. There were a lot of them. I mean, not all of them were great. Franklin Mint made a Monopoly and Clue. I don't know what oh wait, Franklin Mint. I'm not sure if I know what those are, but are you talking like mint candies? I'm really not sure what those are. Jewelry, I think. Ah, okay, okay. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know much about that. But yeah, Monopoly's always been kind of funny to me as like a game design standpoint, because it was like, so apparently the story behind Monopoly is that it was made as a way to like discuss how capitalism is bad, right? And it was supposed to make it obvious, right? Like, this is just a bad designed game because this is, you know, like not fun. There's always going to be one person who's just making it not fun for everyone else in the end, right? But it did so well that it became like a symbol of capitalism. Well, the pieces were made of gold and silver. The board was a fine wood. Wow. It was anti-monopoly. It was called landlord. Ah, okay, okay. I didn't know it was called landlord, but yeah, that makes sense. To me, that's kind of hilarious as a game designer. Like, I mean, not in like the best way, but like, you know, in an ironic way. Funny. Like, it says something about like society, right? That like that society can take like a learning like lesson and like not learn from it and turn it into something that's like the opposite of what it's supposed to teach. Exactly, yeah. Society is interesting. We're all very interesting people. And if you lump us all together, it just gets even more interesting. Sometimes generalizations make us look just absolutely pitiful. I think that's why so many people, like, you know, hate generalizations for a good reason, right? I mean, generally speaking, generalizations are kind of not fun for people. I like that. That looks better. No one likes being generalized, right? But in a way, it tells us so much about our society. Not sure if I like where that line is. That looks better. But Queen Veronica, is fishing games something that you normally play, or is it just because of the meme value of that one, or I mean, I kind of like fishing, but I don't play a whole lot of fishing games. It's funny, I used to when I was a kid. I got really into the Black Bass and Super Black Bass for NES and Super Nintendo, and I think I rented a couple after that, and I kind of like got away from the whole fishing game thing. But you know, I play Sea of Thieves every once in a while, and there's like a fishing mini game in that, and it's like really fun. Also, when I was playing Animal Crossing, I was mostly doing the fishing. Also, I have a game that is it's a fishing themed JRPG that I made for Game Boy. Called Demon Fish Dead Ahead. I'm actually working on a Steam release version of it because people are enjoying the well, people enjoyed the Game Jam version, and then I doubled the content and made like an updated version, and people have been enjoying that. So I'm like, well, I might as well double the content again and make a Steam version that I'll actually sell. Because right now you can play the updated version and the Game Jam version for free. But it's like a simplified JRPG that has a fishing theme. I do tend to play Metroidvania games and randomizers. Sounds interesting. Oh, well, I've got a link for Demon Fish Dead Ahead if you're interested. Like I said, it's free, but yeah, it's a JRPG, so like you can catch the fish, but you fight them, and then you put them in your little fish bucket, which is kind of like just keeping track of all of the enemies that you've killed, basically. But you level up like a JRPG. There's only one character in it, and it's you. So like it's not really explained. It's in game design, we call it a cipher, where the player just kind of fills the role of the any character. It's completely stripped down, not only because it was for a game jam, but also because it's for Game Boy, and because that was my intent of the project. I kind of wanted to do something like Final Fantasy 1, but actually fun, right? Because the original Final Fantasy 1, they made it way too grindy, and it's not like fighting is bad in those games. Like, fighting is fun, but when you are constantly fighting the same guys over and over again just to get enough gold, to get the armor, to get to the next guy, which you have to fight over and over again, to get enough, you know, levels to fight the boss, etc., etc. Like, it got really, really grindy at like the 1/4 way through the game point. So I want to do something similar, but in a way that was actually fun. And what, like, it is a grindy game, like you're there to grind, but I've done it in a way that, you know, kind of allows you to, first of all, go anywhere you want from the start, and second of all, there is some strategy to it. It's not just like fight the same guy over and over again. You can run from any battle. There's no inventory, so you don't have to buy items. You just worry about getting experience from battling and leveling up. There are bosses, and there are 2 different like overworld maps. So like there is like advancement and stuff like that. But yeah, no gold, no inventory. Just 3 options when you're fighting. You either fight, defend, or run. And even when you run, there's no like RNG to that. You choose run, you run. Right? And then there's no healing in battle. What you do instead is you go to a lighthouse that saves your game and heals you. So I kind of I stripped away anything that was like going to make the game take longer to make, and that you didn't really need to experience what I was trying to do. And then I added a little bit of almost Pokemon or creature collector kind of vibe, where you have a fish box and you put your caught fish in there, but it's totally simplified. And I just kind of focused on the fun aspects of it. Like, each fish has 2 different sound effects that they made, or that they make, and when you're in the fish box, you can hit the button and hear those sound effects. So that's kind of fun. I got to make the sound effects with my mouth. I thought that was a good time. And the pixel art is, you know, interesting. Like, I'm not a terrible pixel artist, so I had fun with that. But also, I kind of, you know, had fun in terms of making it kind of jokingly. For instance, there's a zebrafish that looks like a zebra, like swimming, a swimming zebra. It's a zebrafish though. Little things like that. all the fish have kind of goofy names. There's like a frog fit looking fish. Oh, and then there's locations in the game, so you can actually like check out different spots where you can level up. And then to reach the final boss, you have to find all the locations. So like an added exploration style to the game. But yeah, it's like random encounters, simplified battles, and right now there's 16 different types of fish, like common fish rather, and then there's 2 different bosses. The plan is to do 16 more different types of fish and 2 more common bosses. That's the goal with the Steam version. I've actually already started the art for that. But yeah, personally, I'm not a huge Metroidvania fan. Like, I didn't play Hollow Knight or Silksong. I played Blasphemous, and I was getting really into that, but I kind of like got out of it for a bit, and then I just haven't like gone back to it. And it's really hard for me to get back into something like that, where it's this big map, and like you when you don't remember like what you've done last, it gets really difficult. So that was another thing I did in Demon Fish Dead Ahead, was kind of took away like any need for like a quest log or anything like that, because it's so simplified that you don't really need a quest log. You just go to the place and do the thing. Cool, sounds like you had fun. Yeah, no, I really enjoy making games. It's definitely a passion of mine. With the game that's coming out in November, Pyrotoad, I actually just did the art and sound effects and some of the music for, or most of the music for, and I was working with Johnny Manjiro, who did the game design, and that was a lot of fun too, because like it's been a long time since I worked on a game and just did the art and not the game design or the programming at all. I guess I did a little bit of the programming just to make sure that the art did the right thing, but mostly it was Johnny, who also focused a lot on the level design, which is very Super Mario World ROM hack style, because that's actually where Johnny is his background in. That one I played, good stuff. Oh, you played it. Oh, cool. Well, thank you so much for playing that. I appreciate that. Yeah, I've got a handful of games that I've worked on now. Some of them aren't done yet still. Like Source Hack is another Game Boy game. It's like a it looks like a JRPG, but it's actually a puzzle game, a puzzle adventure game. And I've been kind of working on that, and I have an update that I've been testing that's really close to getting out for that one, but I've been working on it for a little bit too long now. And it's fun, but that was the very first Game Boy game that I made, so it's kind of funny that it's still not like finished. But then again, I kind of made that on purpose like that, where it's like something that I could just keep going back to and adding to and try to make it as big as possible kind of thing. I tend to do that kind of stuff. I know a lot of people are like, you need to get your game done, you need to put it on Steam, you need to do this, you need to do that, I'm just like, you know what, I'm gonna do what I want to do, and I'll also do other things while I'm doing that. So I worked on like a few different games. I did Demon Fish Dead Ahead. I made this sound toy called Bit Dropper that actually people really enjoy. It's like a Game Boy finger drumming toy that, like I said, people have been really enjoying it. And then I actually managed a team for Little Screamies, and we finished that one. And I'm also working on a game called Retro Spaceball that I started in 2017, which is a Unity game that's kind of gotten really big and messy. And slowly I'm going back and cleaning that one up still. But that was on the back burner for like a good 2 years or 3 years or something like that. So, but people like that one too. So, you know, I'm excited to actually put those 2 games out that have been kind of on the back burner. There's a method to the madness. Sometimes, yeah. Sometimes I just like being crazy. Like, I also made a game called Fetch Quest for Low Res Jam this year, and it didn't do so well. It wasn't a great game, apparently. Not a lot of people liked it, so I haven't really been promoting that one as much. But it was fun for me to make, you know. It's like, wasn't a terribly great idea, I guess, but I had fun making it. It was a bit of a challenge to do something 64 pixels by 64 pixels for the Game Boy. But yeah, I kind of miss Unity at this point, so Retro Spaceball is kind of making its way to the front again. And then also, like I said, Source Hack really needs that update, so like that one's kind of at the front too. But right now freelancing is my only job, so I kind of need to make sure that I do whatever work comes my way. But yeah, you were asking about pricing. I never gave you a definitive price, but yeah, at the same time, I'm not even really sure what the price would be, right? It would depend on the piece, but like for something like this, I would probably charge like, I don't know, 35, 40 bucks, you know? If there was more, then maybe I would give a discount per character kind of thing. But it depends on how much detail is needed, how much pixel density it is, like, you know, how close it needs to be to the reference, like, etc., etc. You know, and then on the other hand, if it's like a pixel tuber that just needs like the eyes open, mouth closed, kind of like my pixel tuber in the corner, something like that I could do for, you know, 30 bucks, 40 bucks, something like that. Again, depending on the density of the pixels and how much like work I need to do, right? If I need to do the whole thing from scratch, or if there's like already a pre-existing character, or like if I'm working with someone on the idea of it, like all that stuff is going to make a difference, right? Whatever takes me more time and effort to do is going to cost more. But yeah, I've been doing more pixel tuber stuff for people, which is fun because it is nice and easy, and I can do it much more cheaper than something like what I'm doing here. Takes less time. Takes less effort, but the quality is still high, and people enjoy it. People get to see it. You know, if the person is happy with the work I've done for them, generally they'll say like, oh, Rick made this, you should get something made by Rick, kind of thing. Help me advertise a little bit. That stuff always helps. But yeah, if I can do it for cheap quickly, then, you know, that leaves the door open for more, like, either variety from the same client or you know, more room for other clients, right? Because if I'm not spending a whole bunch of time on one thing, then, you know, I can do more than one. Oh. Looks like we got a little ad break here. We'll take a quick little break, and we'll be back in about 2 minutes. Ditto? Alright, cool. All right, it sounds like we're about ready back from the ads here. About back from the ads. It's always hard to say exactly. It says that it's only supposed to be a maximum of 2 minutes, but sometimes I feel like it goes like 10 seconds over. Judging by when people say that they are back. But yeah, we're chipping away at this. Gonna there's more pixels on the top of the body, and then it kind of tapers down, right? There's less pixels here, and then here, and then, yeah. So doing it from top to bottom feels right. To get quicker as we get closer to the bottom. But yeah, the Metroidvania that I played the most of is actually Super Metroid. It's interesting because that's what we're drawing right now. Well, I guess it could be any of the Metroid games that we're drawing now. But yeah, Super Metroid was monumental for me as a kid. I really liked it. It was one of the games that I remember like playing straight through and just enjoying the whole thing. I didn't have to like take a break and play something else. I just really got really into it, and it felt like a challenge too. It was one of those games where it was like afterwards I felt like I had accomplished something and could like kind of brag about it. And then I played it again in college, and it was still just as fun as I remembered. I haven't gone back to it since. One of my Twitch friends on here, Infinite Metal, was racing in Super Metroid. I thought that was pretty cool. They had a few different streamers all playing at the same time and racing to beat it. Interesting concept they have that doing that. And then I was watching a speedrunner practice Metroid 1, and I was blown away by the exploits that they were able to do. But yeah, another game I got really into around that time was Secret of Mana. And honestly, I still really liked Secret of Mana. One of those games that I think like about going back to constantly, and I've played it like a lot. I've gone through and played it at least a few times all the way through. I always kind of wish that I had someone to play it with, either like on Parsec or something, because or like on Switch, I guess you could play it if they were in the same room, maybe? Honestly, I don't know that though. I'm not even sure if that's... I felt kind of ripped off when they started doing the remaster, and I didn't buy the remaster, but I wanted to, but then I learned that it was like not good, so I was like, well, I'm not gonna buy that. And then there's no online play, no online multiplayer, like all of these like missed opportunities with Secret of Mana. But yeah, when I was young, I also liked Secret of Evermore, but I never did beat it. I always felt like kind of ripped off on that one because it was so hard at the end. It was just like way harder than it needed to be. And I've watched people beat it on videos, so it can be done. But yeah, I was not capable. But yeah, Blasphemous I enjoyed. Again, I kind of want to go back to that one, but I bought it on Switch, which is kind of a mistake because now I can't play it on my Steam Deck, and I hardly ever play the Switch, and I never really think like, oh, I'm gonna play Blasphemous. And also, like I said, it's one of those games that you like, you almost need to take notes if you're gonna like put it down and come back to it. And that's kind of the gamer that I am today. I really enjoy games that you can pick up and put down, something that you can come back to and just kind of pick up where you left off. I play a lot of No Man's Sky. Hurry up! Welcome in, Lot Lizard. How you doing? Speaking of No Man's Sky, no. I was playing Holdfast earlier this week, or on Saturday, and that game is a lot of fun. And again, it's one of those games like I put down for months, and I go back to it, and it's still super playable, super fun. The game has changed, but not in a way where it's like impossible to play. They've made some updates to it, which are actually really cool. And hasn't, like, you know, affected me to the point where I need to relearn how to play the game or anything like that. I'm not, you know, forgetting where I left off or anything, because it's not one of those games. It doesn't really have a story. I've been playing a lot of Skyrim lately, which is kind of interesting, because it's one of those games I played a lot of, like, fucking 10 years ago. And then I played a lot in VR. And a phone call. Hello? Hello? Can you hear me now? Calling about your car's extended warranty. Thanks for the redeem, Lot Lizard. Yeah. What's your favorite scary movie? No, actually, I was thinking about rewatching The Reanimator. When I was a kid, I saw Reanimator. I was way too young to see that movie, by the way. Because not only is there, like, nudity, but it's just, like, really, really gory. Like, really gory. And, It's got a really good soundtrack. It's got this song during the credits that's like clarinets and shit. It's just like really good. It's like creepy and like not at the same time, but like still creepy. It's like, yeah, it's good soundtrack. But yeah, it's one of those movies that like when I was watching it as a kid. Thank you. When I was watching it as a kid alone, there was like all of these warnings on the Laserdisc, at least before the film started, and it was like, if you have a heart condition, you should not watch this film. This film is way too scary for anyone who's not old enough to watch scary films. It was basically making me feel like I shouldn't be watching this. Like, am I gonna go to jail for watching this? Like, it was like warning after warning of like, don't watch this if you're not old enough because you'll regret it. Like, it's that scary.
My CPU is a neural net processor, a learning computer.
That was another one we had on Laserdisc. But yeah, no, I was scared just from those warnings. Like, from the warnings on, I was like, oh my god, this movie is so scary. And then like the whole movie, I was just scared. Like, I don't know, the first scene is pretty gory, but it's also kind of laughable. And it kind of sets up the whole movie. But yeah, I think I'm gonna watch that for like a Halloween movie. Does anyone else have like Halloween movies they watch? Earlier in the year, I watched House of a Thousand Corpses, which when I was in high school, I loved that movie. Oh, I think I took off the sound effect on that one because because it kept on getting copyright claimed. But I thought I took off the whole thing. Apparently, I just took off the sound effect. You watched Friday the 13th? Ah, cool. You know, I don't know if I've ever seen the first one. I used to watch those when they were like on TV, but I don't really know which ones I saw and which ones I didn't see. Maybe I saw the first one? I don't know. I liked Friday the 13th more than Halloween. I remember that much. And then I saw the Rob Zombie remake of Halloween, and I wasn't really impressed with it. Was not really that impressed. But I did really like House of a Thousand Corpses, and I also, when I was in high school, really liked The Devil's Rejects, which was like the sequel to House of a Thousand Corpses. But it was done in a really interesting way. It wasn't just like the same movie. It was actually vastly different. Like the direction and the production and like the casting was all kind of the same, but the general tone of the film was completely different, like vastly different. House of a Thousand Corpses was very much a
Chainsaw Massacre rendition, where The Devil's Rejects was a modern Western shootout film. It was a modern Western film. It was really interesting. They took those characters and said, like, let's turn this into a cowboy movie, basically. Wednesday Sarzak is showing Halloween on his Discord. Ah, interesting. You know, I don't think I've actually ever watched a movie in someone's Discord before. I know that's like a thing that people do. I don't think I've ever actually done it. Oop, that didn't look right. He lost me when he wanted me to root for the killers. Oh, is that Rob Zombie? Yeah. I didn't really feel that way with House of a Thousand Corpses or Devil's Rejects. Or the Halloween movie. But those, I think those are the only 3 Rob Zombie films that I've seen. I think I could kind of get that vibe from the Devil's Rejects, where it was like you kind of see more of the bad guy's point of view kind of thing. But I didn't feel like I wanted to root for them, or that it was like what the director wanted. I felt like it was just like kind of getting you to like, I don't know, understand more of why the characters were as twisted as they were, right? Not so much like, oh, this is the norm, but like these characters are so twisted that this is normal for them, kind of thing, you know? Because it was twisted. Maybe. Yeah, I mean, I guess it depends on how you look at it with the Devil's Rejects. With House of a Thousand Corpses, it wasn't so much like root for the... It wasn't... It was like... It definitely wasn't root for the victims, because they made them so annoying that you wanted them to die. Even the guy from The Office. Fish boy. But they also, like, they made everything so over the top and disgusting that you didn't want to root for the killers either, you know? It just... It was almost like the victims were comic relief for how, like, off-putting the killers were. And then in the second one, I guess, yeah, maybe it's a little bit more of, like, the... It's either you choose the cops or the killers kind of thing, but the cops weren't really bad guys. I don't think. It's been a while since I've seen that movie. They didn't make you hate the cops. I don't remember, and if they did, I just don't remember it. And again, like, if you think of it from the point of view of like, I hate cops, like, then it's really easy to be like, oh, well, I guess we have to choose the killers because it's the killers of the cops, which I kind of felt that way when I was in high school. But like rewatching House of Thousand Corpses recently, I felt bad for the cops, you know? The one was trying to save his daughter. The other was like just completely taken off guard by these psychos, you know? And like, they hadn't done anything really wrong, the cops, you know? The second one, the victims were just that. I skipped to the end in the second one. So in the second one, I genuinely felt bad for the victims. And maybe that's the part that you skipped, but like it made me feel disgusted, like, for the killers. Like I felt like, especially that scene where they like make the girl wear her boyfriend's face, and then like she's so like out of it that she runs into traffic and gets killed by the truck. Not to ruin the story for anyone who hasn't seen it. Like that shit was I mean, it didn't make me cry or anything like that, but it was like, oh my god, what did I just watch? Like, how sick and twisted are these individuals, you know? Also on The Devil's Reject, I had the DVD which had a second disc that was like the making of, and that was actually possibly more interesting than the movie, like looking back. It was called 30 Days in Hell, and they shot the whole film in 30 days, which is crazy. Like, there was a point where they had to like stop and not film for the day that they had planned on it because of the weather, because there was like a desert rose like blowing through the set. But yeah, again, I haven't really seen the second one in so long that I don't really remember much about the treatment of the victims. Mostly I remember Captain Spaulding being more likable than any of the other killers. But he's just generally an interesting character. Like, I'm not saying that his character is not bad or evil or whatever, because, I mean, they're all killers, right? But, like, as far as the, like, just general, like, interestingness and complexity goes, Captain Spaulding is more human-like than the others, yet he's also twisted and weird and unusual enough to be like interesting. I don't know. I mean, he's a clown, you know. You met the actor? Okay, yeah. I forget the actor's name, but I know that he goes to a lot of horror conventions and stuff like that. Or there's also Tiny, right? Who is like, he passed away. I'm sorry to hear that, yeah. And then Tiny was always kind of like quiet and misunderstood and just kind of like, that was his family and didn't know any better kind of thing. But I don't think he played a big role in the second film. But yeah, I kind of want to watch Reanimator again. It's been a long time since I've seen that one. And the soundtrack was just so good. You know, I heard it on like a reel, you know, like a short, and I was like, that's the Reanimator soundtrack. I should rewatch that movie. Weird that the way that shit works. Oh hell yeah, that movie was amazing. That was oh hell yeah, that was an amazing movie. See, it's been so long that I don't really remember the last time I saw it. Probably when I was in high school. But yeah, like I said earlier, I was so young the first time that I saw it that I should not have been watching it. But my dad went out on a fishing trip, and you know, I knew how to use the Laserdisc player, and I was just like, I want to watch a movie I haven't seen before. And my dad even told me, he's like, this movie is really scary, you probably don't want to watch it. And just the cover was like enough to like make you not want to watch it as a little kid, because it's got like a severed head on it that's like alive, and like a mad scientist looking guy. And on the Laserdisc version, there was all of these warnings that happened before, and it just scared the shit out of me, because it's like,
do not watch this movie. Like, if you're scared easily, like, turn away now. If you're young, if you have heart conditions, like, movie is not for you. I watched it anyways. Felt like I was gonna get in trouble. Of course, my dad didn't care. My mom would have cared if she found out, but she wasn't around then. She was, you know, my parents were divorced, so. I watched it with my cousin around 14. Yeah, I want to say I was like 9 or 10 when I watched it. So, too young. For sure. But yeah, 14's probably too young too, right? Oh, I'm all out of snoozes. That we got an ad coming up in 5 minutes. Just a heads up for that. But yeah, you know, it reminds me, my mom was dating this guy for like 10 years, and one day he brought home Demon Knight, the Tales from the Crypt Demon Knight, and there were so many titties in that movie, like, and he didn't even like pause it and fast forward it, like, he just pretended like it wasn't happening. We were like, I don't even know, 11 years old or something, 12 years old, or I was like 11 or 12 years old, and like, jeez, dude, like, what the hell? This was the same guy who told me I wasn't old enough to watch Mortal Kombat. Like, what the hell? I never did see the Mortal Kombat movie either. Don't know if it was good or not. I feel like I saw part of the second one. I think it was called Annihilation, right? I think I saw part of that one. And I wasn't really impressed with it. I did have, my dad had the Street Fighter movie on Laserdisc, and I did like that one quite a bit. And honestly, I still kind of enjoy it for its campiness, because it was super campy. I guess the guy who played M. Bison, I don't know his name, can't remember his name, only did the film because his children wanted him to do it. They were big fans of the game, and they were like, yeah, you gotta do it, you gotta do it. And he was like dying from cancer. He died during the making of the film. They dedicated Raul Julia, yeah. Also, he was like definitely the best actor in that film. And then what I think Jean-Claude Van Damme was Guile, and that was kind of funny to see someone who was like such a well-paid actor do such a campy job. Of course, yeah, no. What was his line? For me, it was Tuesday. Oops, something happened there. Yeah, he was good in the Addams Family movies. Yeah, absolutely. Honestly, I'm not really sure what else he was in besides Addams Family and
Street Fighter. Not sure either. In a way, doing Street Fighter really kind of secured his legacy, I think, for a lot of like my generation. And then just the story behind him doing it basically because his kids wanted it, like, is just so cool. Like, you don't hear about that from actors. Usually actors are always like really in it for the money, always getting the best paying gigs and all that stuff. And from what I hear, it wasn't even close to what he was used to being paid, right? From what I understand. But yeah. Good father. Yeah, and honestly, just a good person then, right? I mean, clearly a good father, but if you're doing it for the right reasons, like, then you're doing it for the right reasons, you know? And I think, you know, being that close to the end of life and kind of realizing it, I think has a big effect on like how you spend your you know, last days, right? Oh, we got another ad. I'm gonna keep working through the ad break, but couple minute ad break here. Exactly, yeah. I like that pits. Better. There's a dog barking outside, and I was thinking of the dog in Skyrim that's been following me around. Like, it sounded just like it. It's funny, because, like, I've been, like, just starting quests and, like, just, like, moving on like crazy. So my quest log in Skyrim is just, like, huge already. And I also have like 30,000 septums already. I've just been going around selling potions, buying all the ingredients, making more potions, and selling potions. I haven't even found the alchemy enchantment yet. But yeah, this dog has been like killing gargoyles for me and stuff. I'll be like walking through the woods at night and these gargoyles just like try to jump me and the dog's like, not my human. Not under my watch. Oh wow, welcome back. Yeah, so the dog can't be killed. And like, it like aggroes the enemies before they go after me. So like, I've been taking it to all these different dungeons. Like, not on purpose. I've also got the bug following me too. So I've got the insect and the dog just like following me around, setting off all the traps. Oh my god, I was going through this dungeon where it had those swinging blades, right? Whoosh, 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 and you gotta run through. So I run through,
and I'm trying to grab the chain, and the dog is like, "Hey, wait for me, wait for me." Dog meat in the original Fallout was brutal. I didn't play the original. I only played the third one and a little bit of New Vegas. I need to get back into New Vegas. So anyways, this swinging blade takes the dog and just launches it through the wall. Like, it just like vanished, right? I went looking for it. I couldn't find it. It wasn't in the next room over. It was gone. And then all of a sudden it respawned and triggered the trap again. I had pulled the chain and then I had to run through again. And then sure enough, the dog gets hit by the swinging blade again. Just like whoosh, gone. Not my doggy. And then I felt bad. Because in a way it was kind of my fault for going and checking on the dog that it got sliced again. But apparently it's invincible, so it doesn't feel pain. I don't know. Few months, yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. It wasn't my fault. The dog wanted to get sliced open by this thing and launched into oblivion. Literally. No, I was earlier, or last time I was streaming, I was talking about a bug that I hit where the sign in Windhelm, the blacksmith sign, launched me off the map, like outside of the map, into like a vast ocean where there was nothing else, and it blew my mind. And then the game crashed eventually, and I tried to repro it and I couldn't. Oops. The gun looks pretty good so far. It's kind of nice and easy because the angle is the same as the pixels. But the bugs in Skyrim are half the charm of that game, I feel like. I'm actually having a lot of fun with this playthrough. Because the way that I'm doing things is like, I kind of know more than like the last few times I've played. I've just been kind of like, just doing whatever I felt like or whatever, and now I'm like I'm gonna do this because I know that this is like a thing, you know. And like for the first time ever, I got into the orc group. We're like bloodkin or whatever, right? And I just realized they've got alchemists in both of those camps. I think there's only 2 camps, maybe there's more. In the 2 camps that I found, there's alchemists in there that will sell you ingredients, and everyone knows that's the best way to get ingredients is to buy them from the alchemists. So like, the more ingredients, the more potions. Ah, yes, sometimes. Oh, yeah, there can be some not great bugs. As long as you save often, you're fine. Like earlier, I was trying to climb a mountain and I got stuck in a spot where I couldn't climb out. So I had to unstuck myself by restarting the game. But you only do that once. You only make that mistake once. I mean, you save before you try to climb mountains. The old Skyrim climb. Fallout 3 was like that too. You could get really far on the terrain, but you could also get really stuck. But yeah, I got kind of bored with Skyrim 3 actually. I went to Pittsburgh and I came back with like one of those claws that just like killed everything. Like, and then I went to like an alien spaceship and I came back with like a laser gun. So I had like a claw and a laser gun and like everything was easy after that. And I was like, I think I experienced all this game has to offer at this point. And I moved on. Bugs like touching water crashes the game are bad. Yeah, I've never had it just from touching the water, but when I was in that vast ocean of nothingness, it crashed while I was viewing the map, but also I was like way off the map, so maybe that had something to do with it. I was trying to figure out where it had launched me, and I was like way northeast of like the most northeastern, or northwest of the most northwestern part of the map. Yeah, I've never had it break when I touched water. One time, the water in Whiterun was like, the textures were all just like 1 pixel stretched all the way across the mesh. That was interesting. So I took a picture and moved on. I have another picture of the vampire helper girl inside the alchemist table. Cosmo, welcome in. Thanks for checking in. Everyone should check out Cosmo the Shadow, by the way. Last playing Osu. Cosmo plays lots of Osu. Check them out. They're really, really good at Osu, by the way. No worries, I'm just waking up. Right on. My sleep schedule is actually fixed for one of the first times ever. I've been up since like 6 or so. Almost 12 hours. I'll be going to bed before too long here. But glad to have you, Shadow. Or Cosmo. Speaking of Cosmo, I finally finished Seinfeld on Netflix. I'm not like the world's biggest Seinfeld fan or anything like that, but I've got like a heavy nostalgia for it, right? I used to watch it after The Simpsons every day after school for like years. And then I moved and just never watched it again. So I never got to see the last like 3 episodes or something like that. And then a few years ago, or a couple years ago, when they put it on Netflix, I started watching it from the beginning. Because there was a whole bunch of episodes I missed from the beginning. And now I've seen every single Seinfeld episode. Kind of been doing stuff as I'm just waiting on my first remote work task, so I'm basically doing data entry for a company now. It's contract though. Well, congratulations, that's awesome. Also, I hope you enjoy doing remote work. I personally love it, and I feel like I might have a lot of trouble going back to non-remote work, if that makes sense. Because it's that much better for me. It fits my schedule that much better. Like just my personal life and everything. But then again, it will depend on job to job, right? Not everyone's gonna treat it the same. Not every business is gonna treat their remote workers the same and all that stuff. Like, I saw one job on Indeed that was
emailed to me, and I looked into it, and it was like for a AAA game company that does outsourcing based in India, but they also have a Seattle office, and they needed a environmental modeler. And I was looking at the job, and they're like, it's fully remote, but you need to work California hours. And I'm just like, interesting. But then I looked on Glassdoor, and I was like, nope, not the job for me. Because all the reviews were just like really bad. I can't handle being out in public working with my anxiety, so it's the best option. Right on. That's understandable. I'm glad that there's something for you. And I hope that the issues with your anxiety get better. Personally, I have a bit of social anxiety. I've never let it really like affect me in the workplace, but sometimes people can just be like, they can like pick up on that kind of stuff and just be jerks about it at work, and that's not fun. Thank Glassdoor. Yeah, well, I mean, it was a AAA outsource company, so I was kind of like, mostly I was just peeking at the job because of like, well, first of all, I could use the money. Second of all, like, I've always kind of wanted to know more about these AAA outsourcing companies because they sound like the absolute worst jobs in the game industry. And Glassdoor kind of spelled that out. Like, yep, this is one of those. But yeah, Glassdoor is interesting. The last job that I got fired from, I mentioned Glassdoor. And they were like, what's that? I was like, it's like Yelp, but for disgruntled employees. And they got quiet real quick. Alright, Boobs, welcome in. Thanks for the lurk. Hope you're doing well. It will over time, as I just got a new med increase, so hopefully it will do something for the small benefits. Nice. Well, I'm glad to hear that you're finding relief. But yeah, I'm trying to remember the name of this company. I hadn't heard of it before, but that's usually the case with these outsourcing companies. Now I'm trying to remember the games that they made. Oh, they made Sea of Thieves. And I was like, oh, that might be interesting to like work on a game that I actually play. But yeah, all the reviews were like, there is constantly a lot of work, but it kind of sucks when they want you to crunch. And I'm just like, that doesn't sound good. And then they're like, it pays a lot less than any other job in the industry, but it is a good foot in the door for AAA. And it's like, I don't really want to work in AAA. Like, that's not really my goal. Like, when I was in college, that was my goal. But outsourcing wasn't as big, or it wasn't as well known. It was, this particular company was probably only in India at the time. Actually, I looked at the timeline of it, and it was like still in someone's basement or something around the time that I graduated college. So the outsourcing of games has kind of blown up since I graduated. But yeah, you hear horror stories about people working in Indonesia and like not getting paid to work on games because they're like, oh, you're working for portfolio and resume and you love games and you'll get to say that you worked on this AAA game and you'll be in the credits, and then they like don't put them in the credits because that's like part of the contract, like to hide the fact that they worked for the game. And it's like, jeez. And then it's like you learn more about the studio and they like try to get people, they like try to force people to live there so that way they don't have to ever like leave work. They can just be at work all the time. So that way every action is accounted for, and when they're crunched, they can force you to work and go to bed and sleep and wake up and go to work, and yeah, all in the same building. But they you know, they make it sound like a perk. You don't have to pay rent. I don't think this company in India was quite to that level, but you hear these stories. Yeah, when I was in college, or just out of college, I started applying for AAA right out of school, and it just never worked out for me. For like, I don't know, 10, 15 years or something, I applied. In 2019, I think, was the last time I applied for like a AAA job. But it was like a small AAA studio, like borderline not AAA kind of thing. Eline Studios or Eline Media. They are technically AAA, but they're like really small AAA studio. They worked on a BBC game called Into the Blue, I think is what it was called, that I was potentially going to work for. But they went with someone else, and I never got an interview. But I was reassured that the hiring manager saw my resume, for better or for worse. Someone probably just had more experience than me. That's usually the way that stuff works. Considering I had never worked on a AAA job. A lot of times these studios, they'll already have someone that they're planning to hire internal, but they have to pretend like they're trying to hire someone externally. So they put out the application. Or, you know what I mean? The request for applications. The job posting. So yeah, recently I made a command for question of the day. Which didn't work for whatever reason, so that's interesting. The question is question. $ question. Huh. Why did that break? Now I'm interested in why that didn't work. Huh. Oh, it worked that time. That's weird that it didn't work the first time. Anyways, what fictional workplace from a game or movie do you think you would fit into or enjoy the best? I would work for Brainasium, I think. From Grandma's Boy. I think that would be a fun job workplace. Where the testers make games. And people play Atari in the break room. And you get to listen to Aphex Twin in the office. To work on Death Slayer 5. RST video from Clerks. There you go. That's a good one. I was just thinking about that movie the other day. Haven't seen it in a long time. I guess the budget for that was only like $30,000, and they like maxed out a bunch of credit cards to afford that. But it did like really, really well, which is mind-blowing to me because I didn't hear about it until like well after Dogma. Dogma was the first Kevin Smith film that I saw. And then I saw Mallrats. And then I saw Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back. And then I saw Clerks. Clerks was the last on the list for me. You saw Mallrats first? Right on. Yeah, Mallrats was good. But yeah, I didn't see that until just after Dogma. Like, oh, and then eventually I saw Chasing Amy. And I think I saw Clerks 2 also, yeah, because I vaguely remember that. But yeah, I was watching some talk from Kevin Smith, and he seems like he's kind of a jerk. I was unimpressed with his personality. I don't know what it was. I got the vibe that he was just really, like, egotistical. I could be wrong. I'm not the world's best judge of character. Was it the one with Pete Holmes? I don't know. This was a long time ago. it was almost like a symposium or something. He was like in this big room full of people that were just there to see him talk. So I guess like it almost makes sense that he would seem egotistical in such a room. But like I remember being unimpressed with the things that he was saying, and I was like not really interested in watching it. Like at first I thought it'd be interesting, like, oh, this guy, he made really great movies, like Eyes Kunai. That's probably what it was. That's probably what it was. At first I was like, oh yeah, this could be interesting. Kevin Smith, you know? And then by the end of it I was like, I'm not really paying attention. I guess Mallrats, that was the first Stan Lee cameo ever, which is kind of interesting. Yeah, and I don't really remember what he said that like made me think that way, but I was left with that lasting impression of like, oh yeah, I don't think I would be friends with this guy. Like, he might make good movies, but I don't think I would be friends with him kind of vibe. But then again, that's the case with a lot of people that get really famous. Sometimes the fame changes them. And then other times they're like really down to earth and really cool regardless of the fame. Or at least they can act that way around like normal people. Like when I met Dennis Rodman, he was like really down to earth. You know? We chatted for like a split second and like he's smiling really big. He was enjoying himself. Let me take a picture with him. And didn't seem like he had an angry bone in his body, to be honest. But on the other hand, I've heard of Michael Jordan just completely disrespecting people. Even people that are famous. You know who else I met was the Fonz. I met Henry Winkler. He was pretty cool. He was pretty chill. I didn't say much to him, but honestly, I never watched Happy Days. We do have an ad starting here shortly. My apologies for that.
You met Goose Gossage, Hall of Fame pitcher for the Yankees. Oh, there's that ad break. Alright, it sounds like we're coming back from the ads. But yeah, I don't know much about baseball at all. But even when I was working at like a sports memorabilia place, I never came across a Goose Gossage. But I believe you. I just I don't really know that stuff. Thanks for the hue shift, Lot Lizard. Yeah, I worked for this place, Charity Benefits Unlimited, and they had a frame shop, and I worked in the frame shop, and we had autographs going through the place all the time, like so many Stan Lee autographs, like crazy amount of Stan Lee autographs. And then I found out why. Apparently his family had like been forcing him to sign autographs till like the very end of his life. And our company was one of the companies that was buying them and putting his kids through college or whatever was the reasoning. Which I don't know. Like, that sucks because he was like forced to do something he didn't want to do, and like apparently like he didn't have enough control over his life at that point to even like prevent it from happening, which is kind of really fucked up. And it's really fucked up that his family wouldn't like respect his wishes. But at the same time, when you're making that much money from just signing autographs, like I could see why his family would, you know, want him to like continue, quote, working as an autograph signer, as messed up and selfish as that is. That's generating a lot of money. Then again, the more autographs you sign, the less each one is worth. But when you're Stan Lee, I guess that number is kind of infinite. But for instance, Michael Jordan stopped doing autographs after a while. Like, I guess he still does some on occasion, but for the most part, he doesn't do them at all. And he had done quite a bit when he was younger. So now those ones are like worth a ton of fucking money. Even if it's like a tore up poster, it's still worth a lot of money for a tore up poster, right?
But yeah, we had all types of autographs coming through. The voice of Darth Vader was one that we did. the horse jockey who rode Secretariat, like random shit like that. We would have like just like tons and tons. Garden, welcome in. How you doing? Everyone should check out Garden's stream if they haven't. Garden plays a lot of really unique and interesting indie games. What up, homie? I'm doing good. Hope you're doing well also. How is Dead Pets Unleashed? I don't know that one. Was that part of Next Fest? Next Fest is over. I'm sad. I actually didn't check out any demos. I looked at them, I just didn't download it. You know, I actually did download the Star Trek one. I was like, that actually, Star Trek Voyager, that actually looks kind of cool for being a AAA game. So I'm a traitor. I looked at Next Fest and saw a AAA game. I was like, I gotta get that one. Good, it was a Next Fest demo. Oh, right on, right on. Glad you liked it. Queen says, so while we were talking, I was thinking about how custom sprites in like randomizers are a big thing. What would a custom sprite for Alt P Link, SM3 Samus, and Simon Quest? Simon. That would not be terribly expensive. I'm not really sure. I would have to like look at the actual sprite size and all that stuff. But yeah, that would be doable. I mean, if I'm not the one doing the mod, that would make it a lot cheaper. Because I don't know how to do any of that stuff. I would have to do a lot of learning. Like I have messed with mods before. I have done custom mods, but like I would have to figure out how they're done and then do it. Because each game is usually pretty specific. But yeah, if you already have a way of loading in the sprites, I could do it for very cheap. Probably, you know, lump it together and probably under 50 bucks, I would think, depending on how many animations they all need. But yeah, animations start to get more, and also it depends on what the custom aspect of it would be. Like if it's something that's like really hard to do, or if like you're not happy with the first one and I have to like change it and like do all this other stuff, like then it would go up in price, I would think. But that's a cool thought though, Queen Veronica. I like the idea. Garden says, I didn't do as many as I wanted to be honest, but there's always time for more indies. Yo, I was like, who told the suits about Next Fest? There was a SpongeBob demo, a Marvel demo, that Star Trek demo. Yeah, and they were like all at the top 50 or whatever, right? Or at least the Star Trek one was. But yeah, I kind of wish that it was for indies only. I wish that like if you were a AAA studio that it wasn't. But you know, also like they did like a survey, right, for developers, and I told them like, you should gamify that shit, right? Not only should you gamify it, but make it 2 weeks, because there's way over twice as many demos for Next Fest as there was when it started. Yeah, I think when the first year they did, there was only like 100. Like, make it 2 weeks, and they have Steam points and stuff, and like they have like badges and shit, right? Or they have like special icons and stuff. Why not give people a special icon if they download over 50 games or something like that? Or if they comment on demo pages, you know, like gamify that shit. Because that's honestly, that's why Pyrotoad is doing as well as it is on Newgrounds. It's got over 8.6 thousand views, and it feels like every few days it's going up by 100. That means we're getting like 50 views a day or so on Newgrounds, and it's no longer September. You know what I mean? It's halfway through October, and it's been like this the whole time. And it's because they gamify new games that come on there. So like when the new game comes on, they want people to rate it. When you rate it, it gets pushed to the top depending on its rating. And like, even if it's not, you still get a bunch of ratings just based on people saying, oh, I want to rate games to get my points up and have a better Newgrounds score or whatever. They could totally do something like that with indie or with Steam, and they just completely don't, right? But yeah, it's grown exponentially. I like that they made it so you can only enter once to filter out a lot of the rush slot. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's always been that way, but sometimes games get past that somehow. I'm not really sure how they do that. But yeah. Yeah, they could clean the charts up and make them look a little more interactive for Next Fest. Make like a leaderboard almost. Yeah, I mean, like, there's so many content creators that get involved with it. Why not promote the content creators? You know, honestly, that would make it way more... It would make it better for... what do they call them? The curators, right? Because like there are curators, but like no one really takes it seriously except for a few like really strange people, right? Because it doesn't really do much for anybody, right? It's kind of a weird thing. But if you could somehow like link your social media, your Twitch account to your curator account in a way that was meaningful, and then boost the social media accounts of those curators during Next Fest because they participated in playing demos and all this stuff, you know, like that would actually be better for the devs, right? Because right now it's like the what do they call it? The reason why devs do it, like the incentive, that's the word I'm looking for. There's an incentive for devs for wishlist, right? But there's no real incentive for players except for free demos, which, let's face it, just feels like schlock these days. It just feels like an advertising campaign, right? No one really cares about more games, more free demos. Like it's like I don't know. It's like a free brochure to buy something. You know what I mean? Like, do you want the free brochure? Like, that's what it feels like to me as a player. Like, I'm sure other players aren't really impressed with it either. Why not make it seem like something that actually benefits like players and, you know, gives you some street cred on Steam or whatever, or at least gives you a cool frame or something to say like I took part in Steam Next Fest, you know? Just share demos directly from Steam to social media, etc. Yeah, that'd be cool, right? I've seen a few sites try to be like social media for gamers and it never quite works out, but Steam could really do something if they integrate social media more. I agree. I think that's part of the issue is that they're so reluctant to like send people to other places. Like they changed it recently. You can't even have links to other places on your Steam page. There's like a special place for it, but like I used to have an itch link on the Retro Spaceball page and I had to take it off because that's no longer allowed in the terms of service. Which sucks for Retro Spaceball because I don't feel like the demo is ready for Steam. And then again, maybe I should put it on Steam because there's so many bad demos on Steam that, yeah, my demo for Retro Spaceball is probably better than some of the really bad demos. But I just don't want to, like... I don't want to say, like, this is my Steam demo and it be kind of shitty still, you know? I know that it's got issues, right? So I send them to itch because it's more acceptable for a game to have bugs on itch. But yeah, Retro Spaceball's kind of been on the back burner anyways. Yeah, but there are sites that don't do it well. I mean, even itch doesn't do it that well. I wish itch would like get on board. Newgrounds actually does a fantastic job of gamifying their site. I know this because I post demos there. And they do well. They do numbers, right? Like not like crazy numbers or anything like that, but like enough for me to know like, hey, this is a good place for me to get feedback from. Like, this is, people are playing these games, you know. I had a when Retro Spaceballs beta came out on Newgrounds, I had a analytics. I had Unity Analytics linked up to it, which used to be free, and the numbers were crazy. It was like thousands of people playing my game. You know what I mean? Not just like looking at it, but playing it. And like the numbers were going through the roof. The MAU and stuff was like super high. And it was because they were there just to get their Newgrounds numbers up, but they also were playing the game, either enjoying it, coming up with reasons that they didn't like it, giving me feedback, and ultimately making the game better, you know. And it was really fun for me. I was into checking Newgrounds to see what people were saying about it, and that brought me in as a developer again, right? So now I'm more, you know, ready to put my own games on Newgrounds, but also it, you know, keeps the players interacting with the site. Garden says, I keep saying it, but I really need to get more on top of Newgrounds. Big Newgrounds lover as a kid, so I should be paying more attention to the indies there, because some really cool ones drop there before they make their way to Steam. Yeah. So, and this, you know, this little bit of information I'm about to give kind of can make or break it for some people, but they have like a huge adult content section of Newgrounds, and like I'm not really interested in that stuff at all, and I made the mistake of turning off the filter and was kind of blown away by, like, that's pretty much all the site is if you turn off the filter, because that is the only place to get that stuff apparently these days. Well, maybe not the only, but there's more of it there than you would ever think. So that kind of probably puts a bad taste in some people's mouth. I like that it's free for all though. LOL, censorship boot. Yeah, I agree with that, and it is easy enough to turn it off. But yeah, as someone who doesn't make adult content, it would probably be better for me if they didn't do that. But it's not all about me. It's about what people want, and clearly, people want the porn industry because it's the biggest industry ever. So yeah, it's like, as a capitalist, how could they turn that down? And as you know, an artistic platform, it is allowing artists of whatever to not have to deal with the censorship, which I do agree with. You know, as an individual, I don't think censorship is a great thing. I think there should be some moderation, for sure. There is some really bad stuff that gets put out under the guise of being, you know, whatever, porn or whatever, that's like, you know, clearly illegal or just shouldn't be. But that's kind of like a whole nother thing, right? But yeah, clearly Newgrounds is doing okay. Sometimes I feel like it kind of normalizes that type of like porn type game activity stuff. Like, people on the site are like kind of immune to that. Like, there's no shock value to it anymore. And you know, for better or for worse, like, I don't know. I feel like it kind of absorbs people. I feel like Itch kind of does that, or used to do that a little bit too, where like people would be like, oh, there's porn games, and then they'd be like, oh, maybe I'm interested in this. Yeah, with all the stuff going on with Itch lately. Well, it's not just Itch. it's pretty much any paid porn game is the credit card processors are standing up against that shit for whatever reason. To be honest, I played a ton of dress-up games on Newground as a kid. LMFAO. Yeah, I mean, for better or for worse, right? Like, I never got into that stuff. I remember finding out about it after college and being like, huh, there's money in this. And the thought crossed my mind and I was like, you know what? I don't want to go that road. Games I should not have been playing at 10 years old, LMAO, but it is what it is. Welcome to unrestricted internet access. That's on my parents. It is a little bit on your parents, but also it's on, you know, parental controls and all that stuff. So like here in Oklahoma, porn is, you literally need to sign in to see any porn. You need you need age verification before you can view porn here, which as an adult is super annoying, but as someone, you know, who could understand why they would do that, I get it. You know what I mean? I know in Ohio, they just made it so you need to upload ID to access some sites. Yeah. I'm not for or against it, really, but I do think, honestly, I think that they kind of made a big mistake in making the internet as unrestricted as it was when it first came out. They had the opportunity to make it a little bit more moderated, and instead they're like, no, let's put all the porn on there. It'll make money. And it was literally just for money. It wasn't about, you know, freedom of speech so much as it was like, let's make money. And that seems apparent to me. But, you know, the genie's out of the bottle with the internet stuff. So now it's like, well, how do we fix that mistake to prevent kids from being corrupted into total animals or whatever, you know? Just made a Newgrounds account for Garden of Indie. There you go. Don't forget to rate Pyrotoad. It's at 3.8 something stars. It's nearly at 4 stars. That was one I was gonna play for Next Fest that I didn't get to. Oh, well, that's okay. We're keeping the demo up, so you got no worries there. Although I do feel like there's an algorithm at play during Next Fest, because the first 2 days of Next Fest, our wish list was a huge spike. We got like 60 wish lists in the first 2 days of Next Fest, and then for the rest of the week, it was just like 5 a day or something like that, which was pretty much what we were getting before that. I'm doing a makeup stream next week. I'll make sure I'll fit Pyrotoad in. Well, definitely give me a DM or something on Discord, because I'd like to be there to watch. Also, I might be able to get Johnny Manjiro, the level designer, in on it, because he's always interested. He's based in Japan though, so his time is different. His schedule is quite a bit different. Maybe it was featured on one of the like Next Fest Steam streams that they show on the page.
Yeah, of course, I'll let you know. Yeah, honestly, I'm not sure. They don't tell us why it happened. They just say, "Hey, look, it happened." It could have been a lot of things. Someone posted a video on YouTube of all the best of September Newgrounds games on one of those days. So it literally could have been that video that made the spike. I mean, the Electric Mindset said they couldn't even find it on the list. They said that they were concerned that we weren't on Next Fest, and so they went to the game page to check, and sure enough, it said that we were in Next Fest, but they couldn't find us on the list. So I don't know. When I looked it up, I mean, maybe they just missed it, but when I looked it up, I found it by clicking on platformers and then scrolling to precision platformers, and then it was right there with a list of 5. But then the next day I checked, and I had to scroll that list of 5 like 5 or 6 times before it showed up. And so I think it might be kind of random too. But I do think there's an algorithm at play there also. So I don't really know what I think about that stuff. But yeah, we've been getting some good comments on Newgrounds. We've also been getting some weird ones. Like, we get a lot that are like, "I love the music is so good," and then we got one recently that person who made the video said that it was, what did he say, a sonic dumpster fire. So I can't remember what he said. Sonic torture. Said it was a sonic torture. I was like, jeez, bro. And this is like a game dev going around, like, he's enjoying the game. He gave us 4 stars and calls the audio sonic torture and keeps saying that it's like Action 52. Like, geez, bro, jealous a bit. That's what it felt like. It felt like he was jealous. Yeah, of course, I'll let you know. Awesome, yeah, because I'd like to be there. Yeah, I've had complaints that they almost focus too much on the demos that are popular. Yeah, pretty much. Well, I mean, that's what Steam does. That's how the algorithm works. It really pushes what it pushes, and everything else just, you know, should have done better. Should have made a better game. Should have made a better demo. Should have had more wish lists before you started Next Fest, kind of thing. And honestly, if it were, you know, just me, I think I probably would have done things a little differently. We were really late to make a Steam page. And then we wanted to put the release out, and like, honestly, I didn't know how quickly Johnny wanted to put the release out, but he wanted to do it, you know, quick after we finished the game, put the release out. Where for me, I was thinking maybe like put the demo out for like a year, and then, you know, wait until like the second Next Fest of having the that demo out, and then be updating it and, you know, bringing people in, and hopefully try to get as many wish lists as possible. And then, you know, maybe about a year after finishing the game, like releasing the game, kind of thing. But, you know, it makes more sense to try to make that money up front. But if you can't push the algorithm, then you don't make that money, you know? So it's kind of weird. That makes it kind of hard to dig because the only charts are like trending, etc. Yeah, and it makes it so much more important to get onto that new and trending tab. Steam, have you tried making something good? Yeah, pretty much. Now, honestly, I can't complain too much about Steam because it could be so much worse. If it was any other company, it probably would have been worse. We do have an ad starting soon, and I can't snooze it, so just a heads up there. Like, I really can't complain. It could be so much worse. I mean, it could be better. Don't get me wrong, it could be better, but man, with the way that consumerism and capitalism works and quality fade, Steam is actually holding up really well. It doesn't need to do as good as it does for indies. It would make money either way. Yeah, we're chipping away at this. We got the bulk of it done. And like I said before, everything gets easier as we get close to the bottom here. All right, sounds like we're back from the ad. Before the ad, Garden said, terrified to think of what becomes of Steam after Gabe dies. He's holding it down right now. I agree, and that's kind of the foresight that makes me say that like it's not so bad. Like it could be way worse because yeah, I agree. If Gabe were to retire, or God forbid something happened, that would really change things, and I don't think it would be for the better. I think we would be stuck with whatever the money wants us to do. Be like any other corporate bullshit, you know? And you know, honestly, at that point, maybe things will have to go more independent, you know? Maybe the internet will catch up and allow a more like more independent marketplaces to make it, you know? Because like there are a lot of you know, either independently owned or usually conglomerate owned marketplaces, right? Most of them are based around one game, like fucking EA and The Sims or some shit like that. Or, you know, not just one game, but one, you know, major company. But, you know, why can't itch do good? It's because of Steam. Steam is there to do good. And itch would love to have just a fraction of what Steam gets, or a fraction more of what it gets now from Steam. And that can't happen until Steam really fucks things up. Websites are already kind of coming back, so many studios are shutting down. Pretty soon it's going to be all megacorps like EA, Xbox, and solo devs, no in between, lol. Yeah, it really is. And don't forget about what Ed Freeze called the Spotification of the industry. So I tell this story a lot here, but I'm a part of a bunch of different like game dev groups, and one of them, the leader of the group, you know, had a connection with Ed Freeze. So Ed Freeze, if you don't know, is one of the original creators of the original Xbox. He literally worked on the very first Xbox, and I had the opportunity to ask him a question, and I said, "What do you think of the future of the games industry? You know, good or bad?" And they said, he's worried about the Spotification of the industry, and then he went on to explain what he meant by it. I knew exactly what he meant. But so with music, we have Spotify, and that's, you as a musician, you pretty much need to have your music on there, but also they pretty much don't pay anybody. They make all the money, they have all the platform, they have all the ads, and you're kind of locked into needing them just to be heard. However, any musician who makes any money is selling merchandise and concert tickets to make that money. They're not making it from Spotify. Even the really, really big names, Spotify is just a very, very, very small percentage of their income. So you could imagine what it's like for indies. They make, you know, pennies, mere pennies. Like they don't even make enough to get a payout from Spotify, right? And that's common. But if I can't find you on Spotify, then you're nowhere, right? So that's eventually what's going to happen with games, unfortunately. And if we look at we can see the future of games by looking at what happened with other forms of media. Music is always the first because it's been around the longest, and then film, and then games, right? So we can look at film the same way. with Netflix, how many indie films make it to Netflix right away? Practically none anymore. You need to blow up first before Netflix even wants to look at you if you're indie. And then, you know, Netflix makes stuff themselves. So they actually absorb the people who would be making indie films. Like Meets Meyer, for example, right? He did stuff for Tool. He did art for Tool. He's like a 3D modeler person. But he also he started doing compositing, and then he started doing film, and now he does like art direction, I think, for Netflix features. And, you know, very talented people are getting absorbed by these massive companies, which is, you know, great that he's got, you know, work or whatever, but it might be even better if someone like that were to be able to make independent films and there was a place for that. And the same thing goes for games, right? Barton says, is that the thing in reference to like Game Pass and subscription deals like that? Yeah, absolutely. I've heard it like in passing. Yeah, so with Games Pass, and you know what Stadia was trying to do also, right, was like put all the games online, you pay a subscription, and then, you know, like Spotify or Netflix, they choose what you have access to. Stadia, lol. Haven't heard that one in a while, huh? People bought that. I mean, not a lot of people, but some people bought that. Some people were like, oh yeah, this is gonna be it. This is the way. And also Apple TV came out with Apple Arcade around that same time. And a lot of people were like, oh, I don't need to buy iPhone games anymore. I can just play them on my TV. I don't need Game Pass. I don't need PS Plus. I don't need to buy a console. I'll just play games on my Apple TV. And for some people that's okay. That's what they're interested in. You know, mobile type games basically. But also Netflix has games on it. I don't know if you have a Netflix subscription, but San Andreas is on there right now. If you have Netflix, you can play San Andreas on Netflix, among other games. I forget exactly all the games that are on there because I don't play games on Netflix. I think they want you to use your phone as a controller, which is kind of ridiculous. It's like their way of getting you to install the app on their phone or whatever. A lot of indies on Netflix, weirdly enough, on topic. Oh, well, yeah, exactly. A lot of indies on Netflix, indie games, because it's new, right? But as soon as they want to do something that's like different, that's when, or like they'll start making their own games, right? Or it starts taking off, right? And then all of a sudden, you know, yeah, it's like Game Pass has indies on it too, right? And it's a great deal. Why would you turn it down, right? If you're the indie, why would you turn that shit down? But if things get really big and the only way to play games is by some subscription service, no one's going to be playing indies, right? Especially if like you need to buy a computer to do it. And everyone else has like, you know, a universal headset or something. I don't even know what the future will hold for that shit. Some peripheral that like you already own, like a phone that you just like plug it into the jack in the back of your skull, and all of a sudden you're playing the game, right? Why would you buy a computer? Or I guess you'd have to like trust some third party. Like I don't even know. I'm getting a little far out here, but it just doesn't look good for indies, no matter how you slice it, unfortunately. I don't know. We can't go back to the shareware discs. No one's got floppy drives or CD drives anymore. Be kind of fun if we could, though. I had Game Pass for a good while, and at this point the price outweighs the number of indies I play on there. At this point I'd be better off just buying them individually, which is also better for them. So there are some small labels doing indies on USB. That's interesting. I've heard of CDs and music on USB. So I guess it's not too surprising that games would go that route also. But it's expensive. It would add to the price of the game, right? Also, like returns and shipping. But that would be dope to get on like a shareware USB drive, right? Are the redeem sounds not working? I heard the magic whistle. Did you not hear the magic whistle? That one was a little bit lower volume. Maybe that's why. But the sounds have been working. There was that one Monty Python one that I turned off because I was getting copyright claims for it. I heard it. It was like the low bassy one though. So if you're on mobile, maybe you didn't hear the bass. It was from Wind Waker. I'll do another one for you. That one was on the house. If I can find it. Who made all these redeems? Did you hear that one? I followed them on social media and they started doing cons. Wait, where did I miss? That one worked too. Indiepocalypse, if you've heard of them. I feel like I have heard of them. I don't know any of their games though. I followed them on social media and they started doing cons. They had a booth at PAX and they do a monthly zine with commissions too. Oh wow, that is cool. Yeah, you know, honestly, when I was in college, I used to want to own a production company that did that kind of stuff. But I was thinking I'd be more into cartoons at that point. But yeah, cartoons, games, you know, basically the stuff that you see on Newgrounds or Adult Swim or something like that, but on a DVD was what I was thinking. Mailing out DVDs, but that was like forever ago. It seemed like that was like a thing, but nowadays, like most of what I was planning on doing, you could do on YouTube and just have it all on the internet, or you know, itch or whatever. Newgrounds. And Newgrounds was a thing back then too, but it was all Flash-based games and stuff, so. So they do like a monthly zine where they show new small indies and they commission a game specifically for the zine every month. Oh wow, that sounds really interesting. And they started doing games on USB. It's dope. That is dope. Unfortunately, I don't think I could afford this subscription. And also, it's like a whole nother subscription model. It's just an indie subscription model. I originally wanted to start Garden of Indie as a zine. Oh yeah, I think we had this conversation before. But do people even read written pieces anymore? Not a whole lot. I do on occasion. Honestly, I really appreciate it when I find a good written piece that I can sit down and read without being barraged by ads or bullshit that I don't want to see, or you know, random shit. But pretty rare. It's pretty rare to find something worth reading, and it's pretty rare that someone actually makes that type of content. But also, it's pretty rare that I sit down and look for that type of content, if we're being honest. It used to be a lot more. Like blogs and stuff. There used to be really good game dev blogs, and now they're kind of dwindling away. I'm sure there's still a few. But everything is kind of falling behind
short form content right now. Short form content is being pushed so hard right now, and like it's doing so much better than all of the other content that it almost like doesn't make sense to make anything but short form right now. I mean, don't get me wrong, long form is still like really important, and it just like almost feels like it's less important, which isn't really the case. Everything is short form. I hate it. Yeah, I'm kind of in the same boat. It's still my preference, but it's scarce these days. Lot Lizard's making the use out of the emotes there. I'm experimenting with my first short form stuff today, actually post Next Fest, to see how it does on YouTube. Honestly, it's probably gonna do pretty good on YouTube. I've had a lot of views on my short form stuff, although sometimes it's completely hit or miss. Let me live my best life. No, I appreciate it. I think it's fun. I mean, I made the emotes, so I appreciate you using up your gift sub there. It only lasts a month, so you gotta get it in now. Yeah, that was really cool of Taco to gift sub that to you. Sure am, I know, that's why I am. Right on, right on. But yeah, Garden, I hope that your short form content does well. And as much as you hate it, I hope that you find enjoyment in making it, or at least in the viewership that it grants you. For me, because I enjoy making the long form stuff more, I feel like it helps me to break down the long form stuff into multiple short forms and then post them on a schedule kind of thing. Whatever gets more indies in the eyes of the people, lol. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of how you have to look at it these days. But I definitely appreciate you as a developer making content for indie games. Because there's still so many people out there that are just like, oh, I do Fortnite, or I do Roblox, or I do insert popular thing. And in a way, indies are kind of becoming that popular thing, but that's like a good thing. Because it's not just one company making all the money, it's like, you know, a different company every week kind of thing. I love how much, like, Aggro Crab is doing. I love how good they're doing in terms of, like, popularity and stuff. Like, I don't know much about Landfall, but I guess they had like a few flops before peak, right? And then Aggro Crab was like, they were doing good on social media, but their games weren't really selling like crazy or anything like that, from what I understand. I think they might have had at least one kind of hit-ish with the crab fighting game, I think. I don't really know. It's hard for me to keep track of everyone. But it's fantastic to hear that they're like, you know, breaking out with fucking Peak. And then that new demo looked pretty cool too. I didn't play it, but it looked cool. Dude, that forklift game is gonna kill, lol. Awesome. Landfall made some cool stuff, totally accurate battle sim. Like, oh, okay, I remember that one. It was one I hear about the most, I think. Yeah, I didn't realize that was them, or I kind of forgot that was them. And Aggro Crab's first game did decent. It was called Going Under. It's like an anti-corporate roguelike. That was pretty cool.
But like the guy who made Balatro, I guess that guy, he didn't have any hits before Balatro, you know. And he didn't think Balatro was gonna be a hit. You know, he didn't see it coming. You know, sometimes with games like Duke Nukem or Doom, they saw it coming. You know, they were like, this is gonna blow people's socks off. The formula is so random. Yeah, it can be completely random. Surprisingly, I don't think Another Crab's Treasure sold very well because it was actually kind of hard. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I heard it didn't do that well. Lot Lizard says, LMAO, it was hilarious watching the boys play the first time. Yeah, I missed out on that. I had to sleep. My sleep schedule was catching up with like normality. So I had to sleep through the normal time. It just had to happen at some point. When your sleep schedule drifts 1 hour every day, eventually that hour is going to be like, or those few hours is going to be in the way of the time that we play games. Well, my sleep schedule's been normal for about 3 days or so. It's been drifting a little bit after Saturday, but it's now back at 6. So I mean, it started at like 5:30 was like waking up time, and then it was 6:30, and now I'm back at 6 after, because I think I slept until like 8 on Sunday. I had the weirdest dream last night. I was in Bloomington, but it was also Champaign, and my brother was there, but we were also playing Skyrim together, but he was playing Final Fantasy XI while I was playing Skyrim, but we were both playing the same game at the same time. And then all of a sudden we were in Bloomington again, and then we were at like this wine bar, and he was drinking wine and I was drinking water, and I realized I didn't have a jacket and it was winter out, but I had a blanket, so that's okay. And then I was like, oh, I can't go back to the apartment because the apartment was actually my old roommate's apartment, and he was going to a concert while we were going to a party, a college party, and that my brother knew about or something like that. So we didn't have the key to get back in, so I couldn't get my coat, and I left my phone also. And like, and then we went to this college party and we couldn't find a party, so we like found this big line of people that were like waiting for a party to start, and then they were at a McDonald's, but the McDonald's was inside of a dorm, and then like all of these people were like waiting for a party and there was no party starting, so we were just like chilling in the hall of this dorm, which was like a really big hall that also had a McDonald's, and there was an elevator halfway through the line, and some people were going up and down the elevator and some people were going into the McDonald's kitchen and waiting there and kind of going in this big circle, and a lot of people were drunk. I wasn't, but at points my shirt was missing, and at other points people were commenting on my blanket because they thought it was a good idea to bring a blanket, and then they're like, you should have brought a pillow too. I was sold at McDonald's. Did you take Ronald? No, there was no Ronald. This was a very modern McDonald's. In fact, it was like a sit-down restaurant with a kitchen that you could access from an elevator. And then there were like trees growing horizontally across the ceiling, and people were climbing them, but they were all like young college students, and they were like wearing backpacks, and they were all drunk, and
And people were really nice to me. Everyone was really nice to me at this party. It was really weird. Everyone was very kind. Even though I was like not prepared for the weather and had a blanket, and for some reason my shirt kept on going missing, they were all very nice about it. They were like, oh no, that's okay. It gets really hot at night anyways. You'll be glad you didn't bring a shirt. We're like, I did, I just don't know where it's at. They were like, oh, well, you don't need it. You've got a blanket. I wish I had my blanket. People were like, and then this girl was like, yeah, it gets so hot at night that these people last year at this party went to this bathroom and got naked. I was like, wait, what? And they're like, yeah. And then all of a sudden it made sense to me. I was like, oh, you mean because it was so hot? Yeah, that makes sense. Like, it was a weird dream. Oh no, the holes in the shirt ones. I don't remember which shirt it was. I don't think it had holes in it though. I try not to wear those in public. Those are my around the house shirts. This isn't high school anymore. These gradations are killing me. Well, excuse me, damn. Yeah, you know, I try to like not look like a homeless person. This isn't high school anymore. I definitely looked like a homeless person in high school. I wasn't the only one either. There was like another one. We like, it's funny because this kid, unfortunately, he died from a heroin overdose eventually. But he was like one of my friends in grade school. And then, and he was like totally normal in grade school. We were both kind of normal, just dorks. And then, so in junior high, I kind of wasn't really as good of friends with him anymore. I started making music and started hanging out with this band that was really into punk music and stuff. I was hanging out with the punks and the goths, and dude was still kind of like a nerd or whatever. Oh, we got an ad break. And so I moved away, went to a different school for years and years. And then all of a sudden, come the end of high school, I go back to the same town where I knew this kid, and he's dressed like fucking Kurt Cobain, and I'm dressed like fucking Kurt Cobain, and we looked at each other and we're like, we're friends now. Where have you been? And we recognized each other and we're like, holy shit, that's for me, it was like, that's Dan, and he was like, that's Rick. And he's dressed like me. We're dressed the same, and we didn't even like know each other dressed this way. That's crazy. And then we got to talking, and he's like, so you like Nirvana? I was like, yeah, I like Nirvana. And he's like, and I'm like, you like Queens of the Stone Age? And he's like, yeah, I like Queens of the Stone Age. And then and he made really awesome noise music. I actually have a couple albums of his that he gave me. And we went to shows together, like house party, local noise shows and stuff. Like, he was a cool dude. But yeah, he was in with the wrong crowd and doing drugs, right? He was like smoking pills. I remember one day outside, we were smoking cigarettes, he's smoking pills out of a pipe, and then he got caught and shit just went downhill. Like, first of all, like, dude, you can't, like, everyone's smoking cigarettes, that's one thing.
you can't just fucking smoke a pipe outside of school, right? People are just gonna assume that you're smoking weed, right? But he wasn't just smoking weed. In fact, he wasn't smoking weed at all. He was smoking pills. So like, first of all, like, that's kind of an issue. Like, smoking pills is bad for you, okay? And it just makes you look like you've got issues, because at that point you do. You're smoking pills, you've got issues, right? So he went to rehab, and then he met a girl at rehab, and then they were going to the city to get heroin together. Like, that's the way that shit works sometimes. And then he stole his dad's car to do so. Now his dad's car was like a 1960 something Corvette, and he's going to the blocks. He's going to where they're selling shit, right? Where they're just like, people come up to your car and say like, you know. But he didn't make it. He ran out of gas because the gas gauge on this old car didn't work, and he thought it had gas. It did not have the gas that he thought it had. So, and his dad worked in Chicago. So his dad was driving home from work and saw his Corvette on the side of the road with his son and this heroin junkie girl. So yeah, he went to rehab. And that was the last I saw from him. But we became friends on Facebook, because that became a thing eventually when I was in college. And that's when we were like, oh, you're still making music? I'm still making music too. And we started swapping music. But he was in New York, and a taxi cab hit him and broke his leg. So he couldn't skateboard anymore. Really upset about that. And it was like a hit and run, so like he didn't have any like money for it. After that, he was broke. I lost track of him for years. And then I heard that he had died from an overdose in Oakland. And I was looking at his page, just trying to figure out what happened. And this other homeless person had commented like, hey, remember that time? Like, I missed my buddy. Remember that time we were in the public bathroom at the park doing drugs together, kind of story. And I felt really fucking bad, you know, like he was a good kid, and life just sent him on this fucking train wreck path. The last time I hung out with him, we were in his crawl space, eating morning glory seeds and vaporizing tobacco underneath his in his crawl space, so his parents couldn't smell it. We were vaporizing it because I was like, we both smoked cigarettes, and I was like, hey man, can we sneak out and smoke a cigarette? He's like, no, they'll hear me. I'll get in trouble for that. But what we can do is go down underneath the crawl space and smell. I'm like, they're gonna smell it. They're like, not if we vaporize it. So that's what we did. We vaporized tobacco underneath the crawl space, or underneath the floorboards in the crawl space. And the morning glory seeds did nothing because we got them from the supermarket. He swore that they would. He's like, we just need to prepare them correctly and get the right ones, and they'll work. They did not. It was worth a try, is what we said afterwards. Worth a shot. As we were vaporizing our cigarette tobacco underneath the floor.
I'm trying to remember the name of the song of his that I liked. It was like exe.dll or something like that, and it just sounded like what you would think a computer virus would sound like. If it could get on a modem from the 90s. I don't know how much I have left in me for this. For this evening, I mean. I feel like I had a fold-out poster of this from Nintendo Power, but maybe it was kneeling. I don't want to look this up now.
Oh, it was the kneeling one. Here it is. Well, we're chipping away at this. Part of me wants to keep going. The other part of me wants to call it a night. Right now, the part that wants to keep going is winning. I don't know for how much longer. Don Ho, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. How are you doing? We are doing stellar. Great to hear it. Awesome. Those are some funny emotes there. Yeah, we're doing commission for another streamer. So they wanted this as the full composition, but they wanted it pixel art. So we're working on each character individually, and then we'll put them in over. You can see Mario's already pixelated. I did the portal. And then this character still needs a little bit of work on the lines, I think, because all the lines are all the same color. We did a Link one, but this is not it. And then this character Red from Cyberpunk something. I can't remember what it's called. Rydia, we did a pixel art version of that, and we haven't started Sora yet. So after Super Metroid gets done, we'll be doing Sora. Hey Cryptic, how you doing? Welcome in, Cryptic. Everyone should check out Cryptic, by the way. They do game development. They do Blender and Unreal, and also Clip Studio Paint. I think you were doing too, right? Very cool artist friend. And also a DM, which is really cool. We missed Sunday night D&D. Are you working tonight, Cryptic? Plan to do some Dev Wednesday. We will see. Awesome. What, not using C99 to make a game and engine? I don't even know what C99 is. What's C99? You know, back in the day when I first started doing game dev, I used XNA, and that was a little bit like writing your own engine. I mean, technically you were writing an engine, but you were using a framework, so it wasn't like completely from scratch. C programming language, 1999 standard version. Ah, I got you. Yeah, I had a family thing that went till 9 p.m., then work at 11 p.m., so there wasn't much time to prepare for D&D. That's okay. No worries there. I missed it, but it's okay. Hopefully next week works better. Or this week, or technically next week, because Sunday is the start of the week. Which is always weird to me. Depends who you ask, I think, with this, when the week starts. Nah, I've written dozens of engines in C. Oh, cool. So you're a programmer? That's awesome. Yeah, I'm definitely more of an artist than a programmer. I went to school for 3D modeling and animation, and then afterwards, I graduated during the recession. In 2009, I graduated, so no one was hiring. At least they weren't hiring me for art. And that's when I started learning how to do solo dev. Well, it wasn't solo at first. I was working with whoever would let me at that point. But then I was in enough teams that fell apart because of, you know, whatever reason, because teams fall apart. And I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna learn this programming stuff myself. And then 10 years later, I felt like I could do a little bit of programming. I'm still not a great programmer though. I mostly embedded software, designed medical devices for years, and then switched to a different industry. Ah. Well, that's cool. You know, I was friends with a dev, well, rather I dated a dev who was involved in medical interactive development. She did VR surgery simulator. I don't like how that looks. That looks better. Yeah, I'm at the opposite end of the spectrum, trying to learn the art side of things. Ah, cool. I got you, I got you. Yeah, art is tough. Art is not easy. It basically takes, you know, it's a lot like learning programming. It takes you like 10 years before you feel like you're any good. And even then, you'll know that like you could do things better. But yeah, I was decent, you know, before college. And then I went to a very studio-based art school. Like you would think for 3D modeling and stuff like that, it would be like, you know, a tech school, but no, I went to a very studio-based art school and learned how to paint and draw and did anatomy and like all that stuff before even touching the 3D stuff. That was part of their way of filtering out students, was to give them the hard stuff right away. Like, oh, we'll give them anatomy and see if they'll be around for sophomore year. Takes so much patience. It does. It's a very different side of your brain than programming. But also, programming can take some patience too when you're the artistic mind and you're trying to. Yeah, it's being patient with your own brain is what it is. You have a certain way of thinking. You're probably more on the logical side, and my brain is probably more on the emotional side. And switching between the two is difficult. It's not an easy thing to do when your brain is like, all right, this is the logical way, and then when you're doing art, it's like, how does this make me feel? How will this make others feel? But yeah, you know, I really learned a lot from art school, but it's not one of those things that you need. You can it might be quicker to go to art school, don't get me wrong, but if you have good observation skills, that's really what you need. And I had an excellent teacher who taught me fabulous observation skills at art school, and that was one of the best things I learned. And outside of that, honestly, my communications class was one of the most important classes
because, you know, in the game dev industry, you need to communicate, and that's like really hard to do when you're an artist. That didn't look right. But yeah, when you do art for a living, getting jobs is actually the hardest part of the job. Getting the work is the work. So all of a sudden communication becomes like super important. Because you could be really good, but no one's gonna hire you if you don't know how to get jobs. You gotta be able to communicate to get jobs. Because it's all about who you know. Kind of sad. I'm gonna snooze the ad. But yeah, at one point I took a landscape painting class in Italy. That was a lot of fun. Learned a lot. But yeah, at school we did figurative stuff like all the time. Everything was like live models. If it wasn't a live model, it was a still life. So like not only was I like sculpting in ZBrush at school, I was also sculpting with actual clay at school with a live model. I still have my sculptures from that actually. Getting the work is definitely the hardest part. I don't know where to even begin. Yeah. Honestly, it's one of those things that like you basically need a lot of luck. But if you don't have luck, you need persistence. And someone to help you while you don't get work, because you basically need a fallback plan or another job. For me, it was working 2 jobs for most of my life. That's at least 2 jobs for most of my life. That's how I did it. I went to work, and then I came home and did more work, but for my own job that I pretended that I had. Because I didn't have a job. Like every once in a while I would get freelancing work, but it wasn't really art related. It was like, do a website for us, make a letterhead, do a logo, which is like art related, but it's not like the art that I wanted to do. It's not the art I went to school for. You know, I mean, I guess I did logos in school and I learned graphic design in school, but those were all just the fundamentals, so that way I could do 3D modeling and animation, which no one was giving me jobs for right out of school. It took years to convince people that I could do this shit for money. And even now, with a portfolio and with like being able to make full games by myself, it's still so hard to get a job where they're like, oh yeah, make a game for us, or you know, make a 3D model for us, or like use your college education for us. Like, we think that it's worth it. Here's some money. Like, that just rarely ever happens these days. A lot of the times it's like people will see that I'm talented, and then they have to scratch their head for a while and think, now how can I use this talent to my benefit? Ah yes, I'll ask them to draw this thing for me. And then I draw the thing for them and they're like, ah, that was good, I like that, that is worth the money. What else can I get them to do? And then they scratch their head for a bit and like, can you do this other thing for me? I'm like, I can try, yeah, let's do that. And they're like, oh, that's good too. And then every once in a while you just get really lucky after like 15 years of freelancing, and people will be like, I'm this really big YouTuber, will you make a mod for me? I want to see if you can join the team. And then you work for them for a few years until all of a sudden they don't have any more work for you anymore, and then you're like, I will work for anyone. No, but it's an adventure, you know? I mean, you gotta kind of look at it like that, right? And you know, adventures sometimes end in catastrophe and failure, and that's part of it. You have to be okay with that, right? And by okay, I mean you have to have some type of backup plan. You can't just like be homeless if it doesn't work out, you know? Yeah, that has to be rough. It's not easy. I mean, the problem with making art is that it just doesn't pay very well. And even when it does, there's not enough work to make up for the years that it didn't pay well, or like just the months that you don't have work or whatever. And there's just not a whole lot of the work, so you end up having to like do things that you might normally not want to do, or like a lot of jobs I've gone into and been like, yeah, I can do that, meaning like in my head, yeah, I could figure that out. You know what I mean? Which I imagine programmers are the same way, at least the ones I've worked with, where they're like, yeah, that's doable, and then they're like, oh, well, the tutorial that I found said to do this. And there's nothing wrong with that. I think you should learn on the job. The best people do. There is an ad coming up, and I can't snooze it. 5 minutes. Like with programming, or in, you know, generalized game development, learning on the job is crucial. Just like absolutely crucial. I mean, knowing beforehand would be nice too, but like there's just too much to know, so good luck with that. With art, on the other hand, there's so much that like is reliant on your eyes and like your perspective and like a little bit of philosophy and just like general direction and stuff like that. Like, but mostly it's your perception. It's what you're able to view and how you understand things by looking at it. And it's like in game design, you're constantly putting yourself in the player's shoes. Well, with graphic design and visual arts, you're constantly putting yourself in the viewer's shoes. And you learn, you know, what people in general, like the general viewer, might think about this piece. But most of the time with art, it comes down to what the client thinks. And you're working for the client. But, you know, there's a lot of times where the client is, they want to know what the general viewer would think too. So it's like you're doing both, right? You have to fulfill the client's wishes and use your own expertise to determine what's best for the piece. And with games, it's a little more apparent that what's best for the game, in that case, is what's best for the client. But sometimes that's not apparent because players are all different. Ever done collabs on RevShare on games and have the partner bail out on you? That's fun too. Yeah, I've been on both sides of that, to be honest. One time I was working on this was like 2016. I was working on a game called Glider with an Australian friend, and he was still learning how to program, and I was like, you know, still learning how to make like the art for an entire game. Let's put it that way. Like, I knew how to make art, I knew how to make game art. I had never made all of the art for an entire game before. And so I might have overscoped it a bit. But the programmer was like basically like, oh well, the programming's done on this, so we just need the art. And I was like, basically I was like, well, that's easy for you to say, but like the UX is kind of not good. Like, we need to like make it better if this is going to be the finished version. But there's something more pressing than that. I explained. I said, I finally started doing a little bit of market research on this project, and it's dead in the water. And they're like, what? No, I already programmed the whole thing. You just need to make the art. And I was like, no. If we sell it like this, it's not gonna sell at all. We need more hooks. We need, like, because we were making a game called Glider, where you played as a sugar glider, that the hook was that you glided. It was a two-dimensional platformer, and you glided. You could just hold down the jump button and glide. That was the extent of the game. All of the mechanics. I mean, it was a collectathon. You collected things, you glided to get them, you explored the level. Everything else was theme-based and art-based, and it was very simple. Yeah, sometimes you have to kill your babies, or you improve on them, right? And that was what I said. I said, hey, instead of just having a sugar glider, let's make this sugar glider a time-traveling eco-warrior with a gun, right? If we do that, people will like it. It will not just be a sugar glider gliding game. It will have a gun, so it'll bring in more players because there's action all of a sudden. And then we have a story for it, a narrative, not just some sugar glider in the woods. This is going to be a time-traveling sugar glider that's an eco-warrior, actually has a purpose. That is, they've traveled back in time with a backpack that has a futuristic gun in it. We could make the gun change based on the different levels. We could have, like, power-ups, you know, like... And he's like, no, we're not doing any of that. And maybe it was wise for him to try to cut the scope down, but the game wasn't going to sell, and I wasn't going to work on it for like over a year just to make all of this art for a game that wasn't going to sell. It would have been great for him to have a portfolio project that looked that great. The ad is going to start in a second here. Not the backpack. Yes, the backpack with the gun. I still think it would have been a good idea. But yeah, I had to say, no, I'm not going to work on this unless we do it that way. And he's like, well, I'm not going to do that, so... for whatever reason, and that was the end of that team. But I will say, the project that I just did was a RevShare project, and it worked out fine. And there's the ad. Not having ads is amazing. Not for me. It's not the ad. Yeah. You're really marketing those Twitch subscriptions for me. I appreciate it. You get the behind the scenes footage. Oh, and we got Twitch Turbo user. Look at that. So yeah, I guess I can continue talking about my project Pyrotoad. So I like homebrew games, and I've been making Game Boy games, and I was going through a bunch of homebrew NES games, and I found a few that I wanted to stream. So I just streamed them, and I tagged the publisher of one of the games in the post. For when, like, on Twitter, I was like, going live, you know, kind of post, and the developer found it and joined my stream, and then said like, hey, that's, you know, like, what do you think of the game? And we talked and chatted, and then they like figured out that I do Game Boy development and that I'm an artist, and they're like, hey, I need an artist, and I'm thinking about making a game on Game Boy. Would you like to make it? And I was like, well, normally I say no to revenue share as just a basic rule because it hardly ever works out well. However, I'm really impressed with the NES game that you made, and I think we might actually make a good team. So let's talk about this some more. And so we did. We talked about it some more, and now we're done with the project. We're just doing marketing, and it releases in November on the 3rd. So, and it was just in there for Next Fest. It got like around 100 wish lists for Next Fest, which isn't amazing, but it's better than nothing. And it's actually doing really well on Newgrounds right now. It's got over 8,600 views since September. It was in the best of September, which was like a group of chosen curated games. It was featured on the front page, and someone just made a video about it like randomly. So it's doing okay. Cool, I love homebrew. Made an NES emulator in college many years back. Supported a few basic mappers. Was a fun time. That sounds awesome. The more I hear you talk, the cooler I think you are, Donho. Just a heads up. I would love to make an emulator. I am just not like that minded enough. In fact, I made a Hello World in NES, and it was so hard. It took me all freaking day just to get it to say Hello World. And I was like, when I went into it, I was like, oh, maybe I'll get like my own art up there instead of Hello World. That should be easy, right? Nope, I couldn't even figure that out. I was literally just copy pasting what someone else had done, and it took me all day long, and I didn't really grasp it very well either. But GB Studio is what I've been working with, and I absolutely love GB Studio. It's a lot easier than using assembly. There's definitely less going on, less moving parts and whatnot. But it's pretty fun. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Well, don't feel bad, Lot Lizard. You sound cool when you talk too. I've been around. Yeah, no. I'm getting older. I'm like 40 this year, so like I'm not like super young. I'm no spring chicken anymore. But yeah, most of my life was spent in art and programming. I really wish that I would have had an early start on that, you know. I remember I was so mad at my dad. I was like, Dad, I learned how to program. 42 right on. I was like, Dad, I learned how to program games. Isn't that cool? He's like, that's cool. I was like, no, isn't it like, you should be proud. Like, isn't that fucking cool? Like, he's like, you know, I know how to program. I was like, what? What? You know how to program? Minnesota, I'm in Oklahoma. I'm sitting here struggling to learn how to program for like fucking 10 years, and I don't even know that my dad knows how to program, and he never bothered to like try to teach me. But then again, I'm probably lucky. My dad was like really impatient when it came to trying to teach me things. I remember when he was trying to teach me algebra, and I was just like not having it. And I never really learned algebra because of it. Not because of that, but just because I never really understood it. Algebra's tough. And then like geometry, like the first half with the shapes and stuff, that was easy. As soon as they added algebra to the geometry, I was like, wait, this isn't the same. But you know, honestly, I feel like if they would have had like better visual representations of like the geometry stuff, like it would have made much more sense. Like, you know, if you like plotting points on a chart and stuff like that, none of that shit makes sense if there's no purpose. But all of a sudden, you're doing wireframes and shit, and they're like, you know, points and vectors and shit like that in 3D software, and that shit makes sense. That shit makes so much more sense. What color is my name? Is it gray? No, it is light purple now. Dang, gotta bail to pick up the daughter from a sporting function. Nice meeting you. See you next time. Have a good night. Yeah, awesome meeting you. Thanks so much for dropping in. I hope you have a safe drive and enjoy the time with your daughter. Oh, okay, thanks. It's great for me. Yeah, mobile has different colors than the desktop, depending on the color. Some of them are the same and some of them aren't. It's kind of weird. Oops, that's not right. One month and 29 days and 19 hours. You are just a few hours away from 2 months. We've known each other for a long time now. I'm just kidding, but it's adding up quickly. I'm a star. I'm trying to picture you saying that, or like in your voice, you know? And it's hard for me to do. Next time you send me a voice memo, say I'm a star, so I can better understand what it... I'm a star! Getting pretty far on this leg. Sent. Oh well, I can't listen to it now. I don't trust you that much. Could say anything on there. I don't know. I don't want to get in trouble. I want to get banned. Not banned, oh no. Hey, I don't wanna get demonetized.
You should know by now, Rick. I'm a star.
I'm a star.
I'm a star. That's how I said it in the chat. I'm a star.
I'm a star.
You should know by now, Rick. I'm a star.
Oh, that's too funny, Lot Lizard. That should be a command or a redeem. Might have to rip that one. Anybody lose a beer cooler? I'm a star. My Lot Lizard voice isn't quite there yet. I was waiting. Oh, you were waiting for that? Fuck that. Indiana tries. Yeah, that he's pretty good. Ten out of 10, top tier. Is that close? I hate you all. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't mean to be disrespectful. Just trying to have fun here. That looks bad. What's going on with this? Look good. Would ya? It's all fun. I love it. Free entertainment. I die laughing. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Lot Lizard, what do you think of Family Guy? Isn't that based in Rhode Island? Is that like your state's national cartoon or something like that? Never watched it. Never watched it. The creator is from here, yeah. Was that close? Yeah, everyone, not everyone, but Peter and Lois have a Rhode Island accent. Both very nasally. Can't believe you've never watched Family Guy. That's kind of mind-blowing, to be honest. Like, not in like a, oh my god, Lot Lizard, get out, do some things, see the world. But like in a, I thought everyone has seen that. Rick, I am not nasal. No, I didn't say you. I said Lois and Peter Griffin are nasally.
They're very nasally Rhode Island accents. They sound more Boston. Maybe a little bit. I get shit for it all the time. Oh, for not seeing Family Guy? Yeah, that's surprising to me. Like again, nothing against you. It's just surprising that there's people in this world who haven't seen Family Guy. You've seen The Simpsons though, right? I forget that you're like a cartoon hater. No, LOL, you've never seen The Simpsons? Shut the fuck up. Now I just don't believe you. You're a certified liar if you've never seen The Simpsons. I've seen clips and funny memes. Okay, okay. I swear to God. Well, you've seen it if you've seen clips and funny memes. Because clips is seeing it. You've heard the voice, right? I stand on business, Rico. I'm no liar. I think that you should maybe watch more cartoons, Lot Lizard. I think you might find an appreciation if you allow it into your life. Not everything needs to be some live action cooking show. I like cartoons. I think cartoons are amazing. Honestly, I still want to make a cartoon. When I was young, that was like what I was gonna do when I grew up. Part of me still very much wants to make a cartoon. I write down ideas all the time for these cartoons that I have not made. Although one time I did actually make cartoon episodes. I never posted them anywhere. I think I still have one or two of them, but they weren't very funny. They were just weird. Cooking, LOL, Rick, I like true crime. So what was that show you were telling me to watch? That was a cooking show. I don't understand true crime. I don't know. I literally don't. Is that like CSI? Because that shit is fucking boring. You watch CSI but you don't watch cartoons? Is that, am I misunderstanding what true crime is? Is that not CSI? Or like Law and Order? You watch Law and Order? I don't watch CSI. Okay, see, that to me, those are like true crime, right? But you're saying like true stories of people killing people. Oh, like actual true stories. I see what you're saying. So it's not boring when it's true then? Is that the case? I'm just trying to get a better understanding. I know like a lot of the world's population is watching these true crime stories now. And to me, I always think of like CSI and then I shudder for how boring it was. And Law and Order with that sound effect that plays. No Law and Order. Yes, not boring at all. Now, when I was in high school, I got more. I was into like serial killer movies and stuff like that, but not as an adult. I was really into nonfiction for most or until like the end, the very ass end of high school is when I like realized that I liked fiction. I watched Snapped, women who kill their spouse or women disappeared. So what about Unsolved Mysteries? Do you like that one? Is that true crime? On the Lifetime channel? Dude, I watched a lot of Unsolved Mysteries growing up. Yes, you watched that one? Dude, I used to love that show when I was a kid. Wait, no, wait, you did watch? I'm so confused. Are you familiar with the show that I'm talking about, Unsolved Mysteries? Doherty Aries doc. I don't know that one. Yes, I watch. Ah, okay. But you don't watch anymore? You're done. You finish all of it? There was a lot of those. Seasons upon seasons. Or did you get bored of it? You still watch? Okay, okay. It was on Netflix at one point, and I was like, oh shit, I gotta find my favorite episodes. And I did, and then I was like, I'm kind of done with this. But when I was a kid, man, that shit would keep me up at night. I remember when my parents were divorced, right? So my dad had like Wednesdays and every other weekend. And on Wednesdays, we would just like go to the arcade and then watch Unsolved Mysteries. I don't know how much longer I can go. My stomach is starting to yell at me. There's a rumbly in my tumbly. There's two wolves inside me. One of them wants to finish this.
Playtime is over.
And the other one wants to eat dinner. Playtime is over. Does it have to be? So close. Looking pretty good though. I have to clean up some of this stuff. Kind of smooth out some of this noise. Oops. We got ad break. For those of you who have ads, you've got ads. You said it. What did I say? Say lots of things. Playtime is over. Oh. Yeah, I said that a while ago. You must have said that a while ago. No. Yo, you did. At 8:03, okay. Yeah, that was like 5 minutes ago. Sorry. I have the timestamps, but I refuse to look at them. Yes, Rick, per usual. Yes, this is true. You know me. You are a star. Yeah, try not to be too offended when I don't read chat right away. It's actually really hard to keep up with chat, believe it or not, especially when you're like using your eyes like this. I don't know how some streamers do it. They'll be like playing like fucking Call of Duty or some shit, getting kills and shit, and someone will say something in chat and they're able to read it as it happens as they get kills. Not at all.
Pokecatch Ultra Ball. That rhymed, by the way. I'm not at all. Pokecatch Ultra Ball. Is that on purpose? You dropping bars. No, you dropping bars. That was all you. Do you imagine someone who like only speaks in rhyme in Twitch chat? That would be kind of impressive, wouldn't it? I'd be impressed. Cloud Lizard, will you be that person? Only speak in rhyme from now on. True tried scream. That doesn't rhyme. Not never. That doesn't rhyme either. You had one job, Lot Lizard. To speak only in rhymes. Oh my. This some type of joke? Hey, you caught the Blitzel. Nice work. I'm only gonna read it if you rhyme with it afterwards. You don't want me to come up with my own rhyme. Damn, Rick, doing me dirty. That doesn't rhyme. I'm a winner, it's what I do. Going to dinner, then take a poo. See? You didn't want me to do that, but I did it anyways. Banned for saying poo? I'm still trying to think of a rhyme for damn Rick doing me dirty. Block.ban.deleted. Don't go to that website, by the way. Here we go. Damn, Rick doing me dirty. Well past the age of 30. Uh-oh. I don't know why I made it a link, because you did you did dots in between words. Which thinks those are websites. It won't go anywhere if you click on it. It'll try, but it won't, because it's not a website. It doesn't check to see if it's a website before pretending like it's a website. In text I do it, so I didn't know. LOL, my bad. That's gonna be hard to rhyme with. In text I do it, so I don't know. LOL, my bad. Yep, can't think of a rhyme for that one. I don't know why it made it a link. I guess I'll sit down and have a think. We get in that bag. Hope it's not a porno mag. Couldn't think of a good one for that. We pulling up in a Jag. Wearing my pants in a sag? Get on my level. What rhymes with level? Shit. 3D modeling up with a bevel. You want a medal? Foot on the pedal. I don't settle. I already did foot on the pedal. Yep. You got me. I love how hard you try. Alright, here's one for you. Something that rhymes with orange. It's the effort. It's on you. Something that rhymes with orange. That's my sentence. You got nothing. Welcome back, Tano. Break down the syllables. Put my orange 4-inch door hinge in storage and ate porridge with George. That's pretty good. I'll give you that. And I feel like you caught on. We are doing rhymes for no apparent reason. I decided it would be hilarious if someone only spoke in rhymes in chat. And then I let Lot Lizard know that that was her new job. And then she declined it. And then I started rhyming with what she was saying. Enunciation. Go get Lauren. You're really boring. Who's Lauren? Is she more exciting than me? Rage baited me, LMAO. I recalled it from an Eminem interview on him getting upset that nothing rhymes with orange, and he just brought that out of thin air. It's close enough. I feel like Eminem is the master at close enough rhymes, right? Like, it might not be a direct rhyme, like orange porridge, because there's no N in porridge. You'd have to say porridge, and that's
not a word. But it's close. With enough confidence, it'll work. I mean, it's like rock music. Not all the lyrics need to rhyme. They just need to sound like they kind of work together, right? Anybody want a peanut? Sporange is a word. Is it? He's the goat. Inconceivable, yeah. We gotta redeem for that one. We got too many, so it takes me too long to find it. Here it is.
Inconceivable! Inconceivable!
Like when T-Pain made Wisconsin rhyme? Wisconsin rhyme. That's supposed to say Wisconsin? I am thoroughly confused. Oh god, Rick. You don't know it? Yes. He's that way instead of Wisconsin.
Climbing the rope. And he's gaining on us.
Said it. I got you. Yeah. Yeah, I mean it takes some creativity. Gotta give it to him, you know? Don't you know? Oh, I've got a hoodie. But have you heard it? Have I heard a butt? You spelled butt with a lot of T's there. You must mean like tush, right? Have I heard a tush? I've heard a tush. I don't think I've heard his tush. Ah, yeah, you betcha. Gotta get in the boat, eh? Don Ho, do you have a thick Minnesotan accent? Are you a don't you know type? Like in Fargo or something? I have a Chicagoan accent. I grew up in Chicago. It depends how much alcohol I consume. There you go. Dude, I love the voices in Fargo. They did such a great job with that. In the show and the movie. I like when they call Steve Buscemi funny looking. My wife's grandfather and aunt's hardcore Minnesotan accent. Lot Lizard says, I'm gonna send it to you so you know I'm here to spread knowledge, LOL, of East Coast. Yeah, Lot Lizard has a thick East Coast accent. I've got a Chicagoan accent. Kind of. I didn't like grow up in Chicago, but I grew up outside of Chicago. I did go to school in Chicago.
Go Packers. Oh yeah, I'm not a sports fan, so that doesn't hurt me. I took the train to Chicago, so sports fans can get fucked. That train is a fucking riot in like the worst way possible. But only when there's like a sports game going on. And then it's totally fucking normal business people and you know, normal people. Sports ball, yeah, pretty much. I said that to Lot Lizard, she's like, what? Them fighting words. So Don Ho, do you make games or you just make regular software? It sounded like you at least had some interest in games since you made an emulator. But it sounded like that was also a while ago. Yeah, I make lots of prototypes. Oh, cool. In C then, I take it? Since that's what you were talking about earlier, or in a different language? What's your language of choice? Or engine, or whatever. Been streaming for years, making engines in C and whatnot. Oh, cool, I'll give you a follow. You love C, cool. Honestly, I kind of wish that I knew C. I know C# very, like, I know enough to get by, and I can, like, you know, read and debug other people's code and stuff like that, but hopefully there's someone on the team that knows more about C# than me, unless it's just me, in which case I can manage it. You still won. Wait, what did you win? The fighting words? I write some pretty clean and easy to read stuff. Cool. Yeah, I write code like someone who is self-taught, because I'm self-taught. I'm sure you know what that means. I'm one of those like one-trick style programmers who uses conditionals way more than they probably should. No, I got really into C# actions, and now pretty much everything that I write in Unity is like, how can I work this with actions? Habit formed when I worked in medical, literally turning people into living zombies. Well, that sounds weird. Habit of writing clean code. Oh, turning people into zombies? I thought that was like the medical job. Don't know, teach me your ways. Yeah, teach us all. We would love to learn. No, there's a way you can program Game Boy games with C. It's not as quick as Z80, but doesn't really need to be, as long as you like do it right. Also, NES games. There's a way to write NES games with C now. Basically, when they rip open your chest to take your heart out or do a heart bypass, they use the machine I designed to redirect the blood flow to keep you alive while they operate on you. Oh wow, that sounds serious. I used to design guns that went into women's uterine cavities too for cancer treatment. Interesting. Well, it sounds like you've done some really great work.
But yeah, I can't wait to see what your streams are like. Sounds like you are quite an interesting person there. Maybe we'll finish this leg and then call it, because I'm getting hungry. Hungrier and hungrier. It's full of cringe. Oh, is that one of your emotes? Ah. Gotta get the kids the BRB word.
Then it's mine.
All mine. So Lot Lizard, you're gonna play the new Star Trek game? Oh wait, you can't because you don't have a PC. And because you hate Star Trek. Wow. Low blow. You don't even like Star Trek. But yeah, the whole not having a PC thing must kind of suck. Bruh, you right. Why? You don't have a PC either, Cryptic? Now I feel bad. For some reason, when Lot Lizard does the laughs, it's always like funny. It always like fits the mood. I love that one. Yeah, no, it's a good one. Probably one of the best ones. I don't know what it is, but it's funny. You know you're hungry when Toasty makes you hungry. Just thinking of toast. Probably save this. It's been a while. We got really far today. Might be about time to start looking for a raid target. But first,
I'm a star. That's how I say it. Just how I said it in the chat. I'm a star. You should know by now, Rick. I'm a star.
wait, you hate me? What are you doing hating me? Back, oh yeah, you likely will never catch one of my streams. I stream at 4 a.m. in the morning. That's my me time. How long do you stream for? Because my sleep schedule is like a rotating thing. These days it's somewhat normal. I think I woke up at like 6 or so. About 2 hours. Okay. Well, I was waking up as you were ending your stream, I think. Do you do it almost every day then? Or what days do you stream? Rick will have you playing for 8 hours. Wait, what? Generally Monday through Friday, weekdays and some weekends. Oh, cool. No Man's Sky, Rick. Oh yeah. We did play a lot of No Man's Sky there. I think it was longer than 8 hours, Lot Lizard. But yeah, my sleep schedule tends to like drift. So at some point I'll be streaming at 4 in the morning too. But yeah, I'll definitely keep an eye out for you. I got you followed. 4 to 6 stream, 6 to 7:30 kids get ready, 7 to 4 work from home, 4 to 8 unpaid limo driver for kids, 8 to 10 more game dev. Right on, cool. Well, that's exciting. By the way, if you have any things that you want to share, the links are open. I'd be more than happy to take a look. I am about to raid out. My stomach is starting to yell at me at this point. But yeah, I definitely want to check out your stream when you do, when it lines up. But yeah, who knows how long this normal sleep schedule thing will last. Yeah, check this one out, short video. Okay, cool. Post the link in chat. Your trailer, cool. Let's take a look. Ah. Well. That's not a trailer. Nice one. Got him. Ten out of 10. Top tier.
All right, so there are a bunch of people streaming that we could raid. We've got Frankie Pixel Show. We got Zawsome. Well, we just raided Zawsome on Saturday. The Whitechapel is doing pixel art and software game development. They do a Metroidvania in Unreal, which is interesting. Pixel Yana, I believe she's working on a cyberpunk game. Oh, the Electric Mindset. We haven't raided the Electric Mindset in a while. Let's raid the Electric Mindset. Oh. Later. Well, thanks for being here. I appreciate it. Hope you have a wonderful evening. The Electric Mindset. So they're playing Steam Next Fest games. They do a lot of indie game streaming. They aren't a dev, but they do QA sometimes, and that is very cool of them. So yeah, everyone join us in the raid. We've got a raid message. And thanks again for the follow, Donho. I appreciate you being here. And Chemic Zeal for the raid and Queen Veronica for the raid earlier. Those were both awesome. Very much appreciate all the support. Cryptic for being a mod. Lot Lizard for being a star. And yeah, everyone else who dropped in and said hey. Take care, thanks. Have to give you a big raid sometime. Oh, that would be awesome. That'd be very cool. Have a good night, Rick. Thanks, Cryptic. Talk to you soon. And yeah, we're gonna raid Electric Mindset. I better copy my raid message here. 'Cause that's happening in less than 10 seconds. See you all there. Bye.
Very kind of you. Why the fuck is that one so big? The store page says English audio. Wow, the demo most certainly doesn't have English audio. I don't know what to tell you, man. But it didn't. I got Isla. What were you working on today, Rick? Almost 8 o'clock. I can go for maybe like another hour max. Stream was good. Got some pixel art done for that commission I've been chipping away at. That's good, man. How much time do you